Chrissy online? Nat, we have Chrissy online?
Chrissy is online.
All right, I'll do a countdown for,
Nope. Yep.
one.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to today's council meeting. It's Tuesday, October 15th. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And I'm going to read. Should I read this now? Should I wait till, yeah, I'll wait until she's on. If you could just let me know and then I'll jump over. Dr. Barbara is going to be participating with us virtually tonight, but she's not on yet. So we'll hold off on reading some required questions here in a second. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and pass it to Clementine to do roll call and share with the public on how they can participate in public comment.
So, Councilmember Hoffa,
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
and Mayor Williamson,
Here,
and the record will reflect that Councilmember Barber and Councilmember Garcia are absent. Information on participating in this meeting and providing public comment, including remotely by Zoom or telephone, is available on this meeting's agenda, which is online at isearchmonterey.org. Remote commenters, you will be muted until it is your turn to speak, and a timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. In-person attendees must keep phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference with our meeting. Thank you for participating in your city government.
thank you, Clementine. All right, and with that, we'll go ahead and start with our presentation. Item number one is DLI Joint Service Award. So every quarter we have the opportunity of recognizing some of the service members that are attending DLI and learning languages to help do the mission of the Department of Defense and keeping us safe here. So we appreciate each and every one of you. I'm going to start off by just reading the first one. The language is relatively the same. This is a proclamation honoring the Defense Language Institute Foreign Language Center's Quarterly Joint Service Award recipient. And this is for Technical Sergeant Stephanie Battle. Whereas the Defense Language Institute Foreign Language Center, DLI-FLC, has established the Quarterly Joint Service Non-Commissioned Officer, Petty Officer, and Junior Enlisted Board. And whereas a recipient of the board award, Technical Sergeant Stephanie Battle, has demonstrated extraordinary personal abilities, leadership skills, and knowledge of the history of the Presidio of Monterey and DLI-FLC, chain of command, world events, customs and courtesies, first aid, code of conduct, uniform code of military justice, military leadership, and the armed forces insignia. And whereas the Monterey community is proud of the country's service members, as well as the outstanding relationship with DLI-FLC. Now therefore be proclaimed that I, Tyler Williamson, Mayor of the City of Monterey, on behalf of our City Council and citizens, hereby recognize Technical Sergeant Stephanie Battle, United States Air Force, for a job well done, and thank them for their continuing contributions to the armed services and to our nation. So please give it up for Technical Sergeant Stephanie Battle. Stephanie with us today. She's not going to make it today. Okay. Does somebody want to maybe come grab this on her behalf? Yeah, you can.
You look okay. You look okay.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. And then next up, we have Lance Corporal Keegan Ogerman. Lance Corporal here. Please, Lance Corporal, please come up. And I'm assuming you have a few remarks that you'd like to share with us.
Добрый день. Меня зовут младший капрал О'Горман, и я изучаю русский язык в Институте иностранных языков.
All right. What are our guesses?
Russian.
I'm seeing Russian. Are we right?
Of course.
Of course. And you want to share with us what you said in English?
I said, my name is Lance Corporal O'Gorman, and I study Russian at the Institute of Foreign Languages, or DLI.
Perfect. Thank you. And I apologize for mispronouncing your name.
It's fine.
Okay. Why don't you come on up and we'll do a photo. So please give it up for the Lance Corporal.
There we go. 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, and 3.
I sense that there was a little bit of accent in there, but maybe it's just from your Russian. Nothing there.
That's it. Beautiful. Thank you. All right. And next up, we have Sergeant Trenton Platt.
Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Carlo. Nag-aaral ako sa DLI at ikinararangal kong nandito.
What say you?
Ooh, I almost need a little bit more of that.
Can we do a redo? Can you do it one more time for us?
Um,
We're testing you now.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Sargento Platt. Nag-aaral ako sa Defense Language Institute. Ikinararangal kong nandito.
Sounds like Tagalog or to me.
Yep. Tagalog.
Yeah.
Is it Tagalog? Wow. Look at me. Wow, I'm impressed.
Calm down. He's the one that went to the course.
I know. Thank you. Come on up. Yeah, congratulations.
That was awesome.
I would never do such a thing, Ed. All right, congratulations again. All right, please get up for our awardees, please. All right, as part of your award, you have to sit through the rest of our council meeting. I'm just kidding. Feel free to head out. You all don't have to stay here for this, but you're welcome to stay if you'd like.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All righty, and with that, we'll go to general public comments. So this is for items that are not on today's agenda. I'll share with folks about how they can participate.
You have to go for public comments for that.
Oh,
presentation.
thank you for that. We do have to go to public comment for that. Does anybody have any public items, any public comments on the presentation that was just given for the awards? I'm going to share with everybody how you can participate in public comment. If you're in the chamber, please identify yourself by either raising your hand or standing to the left of the podium. If you're on Zoom, I ask you to use the raise hand function. Is there anybody in the chamber that wishes to speak on this item? And again, everybody has to identify yourself at the beginning. Once the public comment period, once the opportunity to participate in public comments closes, you will no longer be able to speak. Checking in with the chamber. This is for the agenda for the presentation. So we have one in the chamber. We'll check online and I'll do a countdown for the raise hand function via Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one hand up online. And again, this is just for comments on the presentation for the DLI awardees recipients. Please.
Steve Lightfoot, and my opinion is that if I was the enemy in Russia, or if I was our enemies, I would be monitoring these telecasts to see who's the next agent to come out of Monterey, where the Defense Language Institute is. So I'm just looking out for the recruits. Thanks.
Thank you. And we'll take it to online.
Calling on Mr. Rosen. Go ahead.
Hi, Brian Rosen. Hi, Brian Rosen here. I want to comment on these military people. I guess I'm not real proud of the military like you are all. It used to be called the Department of War. I think that was more honest. You know, this country was founded on the military exterminating the Native Americans. I'm not saying the young men weren't decent. They didn't know what they were doing, but the politicians were telling them what to do. I agree with Martin Luther King. What he says is true, that billions of dollars are killed to commit mass murder, and that when we have military might, we have guided missiles and misguided men. Military might is more important than social uplift. Maybe you love the military industrial complex and all the jobs it brings because it means money, but there's more to life than money. And now the military is helping do a terrible genocide against the Palestinian people. So how about giving some awards like the Monterey Peace and Action Center, Monterey Peninsula Peace and Action Center, people who are trying to prevent wars, not trying to help communicate their way to more efficient wars. And the military industrial complex is out of control, and we're spending so much on killing people, and they're really not the true heroes. The heroes are the people who are opposing wars and for peace. So I'm really, especially at this time of genocide that the U.S. government is supporting, I find this completely inappropriate. Like I said, I think the young men are decent. They always have been, even when they were out there killing the Indians, but they don't know what they're doing. It's the political leaders who are pulling the shots. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you for those that participated. We'll now move to general public comment. These are for items that are not on today's agenda. So we'll go ahead and start by checking with folks in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on general public comment? I see one hand. All right, we'll check online. I'll do the countdown for folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one person online. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Steve Lightfoot again. I'm wearing my website, LennonMurderTruth.com. You know, I'm the John Lennon man. And when I was in Bangor, Maine, confronting Stephen King in 1992, I had an officer admit on the stand that, yes, Stephen King gives me $6,000 a week to harass this gentleman. He suspected I had a tape recording of our episode when they gave me a ticket. So yes, Stephen King is spreading his money around for the authorities. I noticed you have a $80,000 BMW and a Tesla, brand new. So I don't know how many mayors make that kind of money, but someone's spreading some money around, in my opinion. Probably helping Leon Panetta too, my arch enemy in this area. I will be leaving California for good after March 1st if the people of Monterey do not support me and my expose and demonstrate to give me some prominence in the media so I can get this story broke. It's simply a matter of I got to break the story, and Monterey has been brainwashed or subdued or overworked or overtaxed or something. Something is wrong. So if you value your reputation and your property values, because I will punish my enemies when I'm famous. You better start helping me now, people. I can't afford to be nice to you because you really want me to fail. That's just the human nature. My own family taught me that. I do have the killer's face printed before the murder. Author Stephen King, he's the man getting the autograph. I did crack cryptography in Time and Newsweek and U.S. News magazines all about John Lennon's murder. Kiss, kiss, bang, bang, ouch, ouch. Johnny comes marching home. The job Richard Nixon really wanted. Who's in, who's out above Reagan the day of the murder. As he's sitting next to Nixon's book that talks about why we have to kill John Lennon. Things Stephen King writes about. Shooting the man in the shoulder blades, getting the man's autograph, and then trying to assassinate him. There's no doubt about it. Stephen King shot John Lennon, folks. And I demonstrate downtown Monterey every Sunday at noon on Alvarado Street near Rosine's. I see some people standing around across the street waiting to join me, but they just don't quite have the guts to come and stand next to me. Well, that won't get the job done. If you want to come down and help me, stand next to me. Don't stand across the street. Wait for other people to come and help me because it won't happen. Why do I sing from my van? Well, I'll probably be the best singer in the world someday, and I want you guys to know what you're missing. In the meantime, that your ignorance and your apathy will not stop me. I am going places. Letting you know I'm not all evil and dreary and drudgery. I have a good side to me. So people, Sundays at noon is your last chance. The next 4 months is your last chance to help me. Thank you.
All right, we'll take it to our caller online.
Go ahead, please.
Ryan Rosen here. You know, blessed be the peacemakers, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. We don't need more hate. We need more love and forgiveness, and we need to work for peace and justice. You know, and the government of Israel has been holding all kinds of people in prison indefinitely for advocating nonviolence. There are actually Martin Luther King groups over there Not all Palestinians are bad, and they shouldn't be exterminated. This is wrong what's happening when they're rushing for food, when they're starving. There are no underground facilities with Hamas underneath these areas. They've been rerouted to new areas. They're still being massacred like we did the American Indians. It's called collective punishment. When there were some bad Indians, no doubt about it. There were bad white people and there were good people of all kinds. And yet we had to do this collective punishment to keep the Indians in place because there were some savage attacks. The white people were pretty savage. And here we're funding this horrible murder fest. I would love it if the city council could please do a resolution against what our government is doing. Money should not be given unconditionally. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. Israel cannot survive without the United States. Let's put some reasonable conditions here, because it's just making things worse by killing all these innocent people. It's inflaming the whole region. Are we going to get this world into a nuclear war over this? They're bombing and killing leaders of foreign countries, and yet our government leaders want to help Israel have an iron dome, and they're helping them to exterminate. We can do better than this. These are human beings. Every human being matters, whether they're Jewish or Palestinian. And, you know, it was a pretty peaceful corner of the world before 1948. The Jewish people and the Palestinians got along pretty well until these extremist Zionist Jews moved in and started killing people, you know, and it doesn't have to be the way it is now. It's people, when they have all their families killed. I know my mother wanted the murderer of my sister punished. She would have gone out and did it herself if she knew who it was. We need to stop. You know, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Let's start putting our energy into peace, and let's stop always blindly supporting the military-industrial complex. Remember, Eisenhower was a general, and he warned against it. He knew it could get out of control, and so did Martin Luther King. I'd like you to play some clips of them during the city council meeting, and really, please do a resolution to stop this extermination campaign. Women and children, it's so wrong what's happening over there. The U.S. is making it all happen. Our government, our War Department, it used to be called the War Department. And so you can make a difference if you city council will speak out. We don't like.
Thank you. You've reached your time limit.
Thank God.
It's really our biggest
Okay,
mistake. Our
Please,
biggest
sir,
mistake.
please. All right. With that, thank you for our public commenters. We will slide into our consent agenda. Anybody wish to pull anything on the consent?
Nope, not
From the
here.
council? Okay, we'll go ahead and take it to the public. This is the opportunity to speak on anything on the consent agenda, or you can ask for an item to be pulled. So checking with the folks in the chamber first. Anybody in the chamber wish to pull anything or speak on anything? Okay. Seeing lots of smiling faces though. Thank you for it. Appreciate you. All right, we'll check online. Do a countdown for folks to use a raise hand function via Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's nobody online. Bring it back to the council for a motion and deliberation.
I've moved to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, we'll move on to our public appearance item. Item number 7 is to adopt a resolution approving affordable housing and property disposition agreement in a ground lease between MP Madison Street Associates LP in the city of Monterey for the properties located at 587 and 593 Van Buren Street and 424 and 450 Madison Street, adjacent parking lot in an area behind the Parks and Recreation Administration Building located at 546 Dutra Street, and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute all related documents. With that, I will pass it to Hans to introduce staff.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is monumentous milestone that we have achieved today, hopefully, and we are waiting, of course, the final decision by the council to adopt the resolution. But we have been working on this project together with a team from MidPenn for quite some time. Last week, as you saw, there were some archaeological work being done in the area where the building will be hopefully built very, very soon. And so tonight is one of those milestones where we are basically have agreed on the terms of a ground lease between Mid-Penn Madison Street Associates LP and the city of Monterey for the properties where we want to build affordable housing. And so with that, I pass it to Levi Hill, our planning manager. Also speaking will mainly project architect Justin Pauley, supported by our very own local architect Paul Davis, and then Kim Cole will bring it all home to us. So with that, I hand it over to Levi.
Thank you, Hans. Good evening, Mayor, Council. As Hans mentioned, we'll be discussing the affordable housing agreement and the lease agreement between the city and Mid-Penn Housing. I'm going to speak briefly just to provide a refresher on the background and property characteristics of the project site before inviting the design team up. So as most people are probably familiar with the project site that are here, this is located immediately to the rear of City Hall. There's some existing structures there today that are comprised of either vacant structures that formerly single-family residences or uses that are being used by the city now, including a city employee break room and then also a city office for our fleet management. And the property totals roughly 0.68 acres. That's a rough estimate. And that's just the project site that would include, as you see highlighted here, that is not including the full total area, including the reconstruction of the parking lot. So as mentioned, there's some existing structures there that are either vacant or occupied with city uses in association with city operations or the community garden that's located on the project site. And this is those structures as viewed from Madison and then also from Van Buren. And then as noted, the project does also include the reconstruction of the City Hall parking lot, and a portion of which would also go to make way for the footprint of the proposed multifamily building. And this is obviously a street view of the current condition of the city parking lot. So I'll describe the project briefly, but I'll leave a lot of the details to the designs team. They'll be walking us through a lot more thoroughly through the proposed design. But it's proposed as 42 multifamily residential units. As you see here, a pretty even distribution, a mixture of bedroom count between studios to 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. 41 of those units are going to be restricted to affordability levels of 30% to 60% of the area median income. And then, of course, 1 unit is reserved for the property manager, for the operator. As an example, we've provided this excerpt from, these are the HUD income limits to get an idea of what that means to be 30%, 60% AMI in this area. This is an approximation. TCAC uses different numbers, but it's going to be pretty close to what you see here. As you see, it's made up based on number of people in the household and then the earning base sliding scale based on that. So from the lowest end of one individual, 46,000 AMI on that 30% side. And then on the highest end of an 8-person household of the 60% would be 104,000 combined earning. And to put that into rent terms, this slide kind of gives you an example of what you'd be looking at as far as what those households would be paying in rent based on that AMI and the either studio 1 or 2 or 3 bedroom here. So ranging on that low end on studios from $548 a month, if you're 30% AMI, to the very upper end of a 3 bedroom of 60% AMI would be $1,730. And here I'll invite the architect team or the design team to speak in more detail of the architecture and the design progress that they've made.
Here we are again. And we are very excited about presenting the project to you. I'm here with Justin Pauley, and we have been partnering on this project. And we are, and really, it's your project, and it's the project that you started in 2020 with this dream, and wanting to be in the forefront of providing affordable housing to people in this area. Our goal as designers is to take that dream and create a project that integrates the community, integrates the design of this project into its community, to be a good neighbor. We really want to have a building that has a high level of design, both interior and exterior. And in order to promote, to support the community that will be built there by MidPenn. And so with that, we'd like to show you the project.
Right. Thanks, Paul. Is this as big as, is this as big? Can we go full on that, or is that as? Okay. Just if you can get the presentation, maybe less of the surrounding or hide the. Yeah. That's fine. It looks like you guys are all looking at your monitors anyway. As a member of the ARC, I know those monitors tend to distort. I've heard a solution is on the way. My name is Justin Pauly. I've been working with Paul on the project for the past year or so now. It feels like it's been a long time in the works, but we're really excited to be here where we're at. On the current slide, what you're seeing is essentially it gets a little bit confusing as to what's going on back there and what's a individual parcel and whatnot. This is sort of a ground diagram of property lines and building footprints that I created that sort of show you everything that's going on back there. It's a little bit of a mess, semi-abandoned buildings. We've got the Vasquez Adobe and some of its back buildings and whatnot. Moving into what the intended ground plane is supposed to look like, you can see that the city wants to abandon all those old property lines, get rid of the individual parcels, and emerge with a two-part site. On the right, you see the Vasquez Adobe and a couple of its outbuildings that are being remained, and some other city elements will go on that side. And then on the left, divided by that new property line in the middle, will be 41 units of affordable housing with 1 unit of a manager as well. So just at a high level, that's what's happening to that big site in the back. The concept, we have sort of a three-part, sort of three things that have been important to us, to MidPenn, to the landscape architects throughout this entire process. And I just want to point those out with this diagram. It's really about connecting this project to the larger community and not treating affordable housing as something that we sort of push off to the hinterlands or the outside of town. The city has given really one of the premier development lots in the city to affordable housing. I think that says a lot about the integrity of the city and how serious they're taking this. I think as designers, it's incumbent upon us to recognize that and really try to stitch this project back into the community. And so there's programmatic elements and there's design elements. In a programmatic sense, off to the right-hand side of this diagram, you'll see the green square, which is essentially a new playground. MidPenn puts playgrounds in a lot of their family housing projects. The decision was made early on in this project that that playground would be open to the entire community. So this is something MidPenn will build. It will be built on that parcel directly adjacent to the Adobe, and it will be open both to MidPenn residents and to the entire community. The second aspect of the project, which is really important to us, you see that green stripe going down the middle with the red arrow on it. And that's to make a pedestrian connection between the site and the civic structure that constitutes City Hall and Colton Hall and the great lawn in front, which is such a big part of our community for special events, for speeches, for movies. So much happens there, and it's a place that we all recognize, we know and love, and we spend time there. So the idea that we could create a pedestrian corridor through from Van Buren down into that site and sort of reinforce that urban structure was really important to us. It also provides us a primary entrance into the building, which brings us to the third conceptual approach, which is a very porous courtyard building, not something that's gated or closed off from the community. It has some form of opening on all four sides. It's a courtyard building that surrounds an outdoor space on the interior, primarily for the residents. but we didn't want it to feel like a walled city. We wanted the residents to have this sense of connection with what's happening outside, and also for the people in the community to be aware of the structure and the families that live there. So those are the three big moves. And then you take that concept, and then Marie Goulet and her team at Wildland Workshop, the landscape architects on the project, have developed these concepts, and you can see the site plan in front of you off to the right, directly adjacent to the Vasquez adobe. You see the new playground. Something we don't realize when we're looking at this on paper is that there's about 8 feet of fall across this site. Wildland Workshop has done a really nice job of leveling out that portion of the site, but keeping it at the level of the adobe and then berming up around it. So this courtyard this playground will have this sort of sunken, nestled in feel, and it'll have a berm of trees ringing it, sort of protecting it from the street and the parking lot around it. But at the same time, it's fully accessible. So that's the programmatic element that we see over there. And then in the middle of the site plan, you can see this really important pedestrian alley, which is sort of the spine of the whole project. It's a walking zone. It's a connection from Van Buren down to the alley, the walkway between Colton Hall and City Hall, which you can see shaded at the bottom of the page. Again, it's really the idea from the very earliest scribbles on the paper, the idea that we wanted to make that connection. And it also serves as what I would consider the front door into the building. You can see that big primary entrance where the two wings have sort of spread open to draw you into the structure and into the interior courtyard. Again, the intention on this building is not to have gates, not to have coated doors. This is going to be a very porous building that the residents and visitors can come in and out of. Other things to mention on the site plan, Dutra Lane behind the building will likely be turned into a one-way street. We'll maintain the parking behind City Hall, the parallel parking spaces. And then we're also adding a drop-off area. If you look at the upper right-hand side of the plan, you can see a little drop-off zone there that enters into that entrance in the upper left-hand corner of the plan. This is the ground floor plan, and I don't think we need to get nitty-gritty into the units, but there's a couple of things that I think are important to point out about all 3 levels of the building. In red on this particular plan, you can see the public amenities for the ground floor. Often things we don't think about when we're designing housing. We need a whole laundry facility. We need a whole trash enclosure. We need a whole maintenance room. We need mechanical rooms. And then also in the case of most Mid-Penn projects, there's a community room that's available for use for anyone in the project, and sometimes community events for outside of the project will be held there. You'll see that on the opposite side of the courtyard from the main entrance, basically fronting Madison. And what that does is it gives us a chance to make the building also porous from Madison Street. So all four sides of the structure can somehow be accessed. And it also serves as sort of a front porch for the building. In a sense, we put a little stoop out there. We've got some planters. It just presents a nice sort of opening point to that street. This is the second level. The units, they're stacking over the first level. This is all residential. And the only reason we're showing you this is because we've made a real effort with the circulation to create outdoor spaces for the levels up above that ground floor plane. I think it's one of the difficult things. I think most of us have lived in an apartment or some sort of apartment complex in our lives. And that idea when you're up on the second, third, fourth, or fifth level, and you don't really have an outdoor space, you got to go down an elevator. About 60% of these units do have private outdoor balconies, but we recognize that there's some that don't. And what we've done is we've taken this ring of circulation that goes around that courtyard and is the primary entrance to all of the units. And we've taken it from what might be regularly 5 or 6 feet, and we've blown it up to about to place benches, to place little congregation areas, all around that courtyard from the first, the second, and the third level. So if you're a parent and you've got young children that are playing in the courtyard, you can be out on that second or third level deck and still have eyes on them. If you just need to get out of the apartment and be someplace and relax and read, you'll have a place to go somewhere in the circulation around your apartment. You're not walled in. And I think the idea of using that circulation space as an amenity and not just a requirement is a fundamental aspect of the plan. Looking at the third floor, and the thing we want to note on this is that we recognize that this building is fronting, if not single-family residences on Van Buren and Madison, buildings that are single-family residential in scale. And we all know that density is coming in a sense. If we're going to hit these RHNA numbers, if we're going to house all the people that we need to in California, we're going to have bigger buildings. I think we need to be thoughtful about how we insert them into existing urban fabrics and suburban fabrics. Here, we didn't want 3-story elements fronting Van Buren or fronting Madison so that we could cape the scale of that building down. Those are the parts of the building that actually front the street, and they're going to be highly visible. The more we can make that look like more of a single family scale structure, I think the better it is for the fabric around the area. So you can see on this plan, obviously to get to that 41, 42 unit building without doing a double loaded corridor and a big box, we needed to get that somewhere. And so we put that on the parking lot and we put that on Dutra Alley, which we consider to be arguably the least visible portions of the site. And here, a view of the building from Madison Street. I think it's important to again note the significant amount of elevation fall on the site, and we looked at it as an opportunity and not an obstacle. The easy thing to do would have been to create a podium building where we just flattened the whole thing out and then went straight up. But I think what the change in elevation allowed us to do was it allowed us to stagger the massing of the building and step the building as it moved down Madison Street and cross that slope. So we've got 3 primary levels. The courtyard with all of its ramps and circulation serves as an accessibility route for that main level. But we've got those 3 main levels, which you see in the green masses here on this rendering. And we've given those masses a very residential vibe with gabled roofs, lap siding, casement windows. So they almost read like independent houses. And then in between those, the flat roof forms sort of allow us to detach those gables from each other and make them look like independent buildings. The flat roof forms are sort of interstitial spaces. They contain either 1-bedrooms or studio apartments. And in somewhat of an ode to the vernacular architecture of Monterey, one of the things I've always loved about the adobes here is the sort of pasted on quality of their wood balconies. It's something you see on almost every adobe. They have these very lightly framed wood balconies, and we did want to incorporate something from the vernacular here without trying to resort to mimicry of the adobes. And that's what we've done on these interstitial elements, is that we put those sort of pasted on wood balconies onto the front of them, and you'll see that on all 4 sides of the building. Obviously, looking at the building, this would be a ground plane view of the building standing between the playground and the Vasquez adobe. You can see here's where the building's jumped scale to that 3-story, that 3-story mass that we were talking about. It needed to do it somewhere, and this felt like the best place to do it rather than on the street. You can also see in this image that sort of monumental entryway into the courtyard. And it's not stacked with buildings above. Again, working really hard to create those outdoor spaces for the 2nd level and the 3rd level, so those people can feel like they have a place of their own. Those balconies are stacking over that entry. And then what we'd call a bird's eye view of the building, flying above City Hall, looking down on the Dutra elevation, probably the tallest and most massive elevation of the house, but of the project. But again, broken up into those residential forms and stepping down at Madison. You see the tacked on wooden balconies onto the lower 1st and 2nd level units. And then another point to make is in the upper right-hand side of that building is another one of those circulation areas that we've sort of pushed to the outside edge of the building. We'll likely have a spectacular view of both Colton Hall, the lawn in front of Colton Hall, and out onto the bay. So we expect that to be a really nice space. And I know that a lot of times two-dimensional drawings are a bit abstract to many. So we do have the 3D model, if you can see it. You can see here the Madison Street elevation. You can see the courtyard on the inside of the building. And here you can see the Van Buren Street elevation on the left-hand side. You can see where that building is jumping up to its 3-story scale. On the right-hand side, you can see the entrance into the courtyard. Also where our pedestrian drop-off would be. And here, as we move into the parking lot fronting the building, also a good time to see where we're making that connection through the break in the buildings at City Hall, which we've modeled, Colton Hall and City Hall. You can see that walkway carrying all the way through to the lawn. And then the 3-story portion of the building with the entry into the courtyard. That's pretty cool. And again, a building that's not closed or locked off, but a space that is clearly for the residents of the building. And then moving down and seeing the portion of the building over City Hall. And then I think there will be this perception of the building, but the flat roof at that northeast corner, we've kept that flat to decrease the mass so as to minimize the amount of scale that you're perceiving from the lawn in front of City Hall. So that's the building in a nutshell. Both Paul and I are here to answer any questions you might have about it. And I think Kim is going to finish up the presentation.
Should we formally bring Dr. Barber into the meeting and go through that process since she joined virtually real quick?
Yeah, why don't we hold off, because she came in after the item started, why don't we hold off until we finish this item and then we can follow the procedures?
She'd be able to vote if she read the packet, though.
No, you're supposed to be here from the beginning of the deliberations of the item.
For this?
And so I've checked it with Chrissy and Hans, and we're good. So Dr. Barber, if you don't mind, we're going to go ahead and finish the deliberations on this one, and then we'll have you we'll do the whole process after this item is over. Appreciate you being here. I'm glad you're able to make it. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. It's really exciting that our architectural team was able to share with you the progress that's been made on the project. Tonight's objective is not to approve the design of the building, but just to give you a flavor of how that building design has been evolving. The purpose of tonight is for the City Council to take action on the Affordable Housing and Disposition Agreement and the lease terms. And if you can go to the next slide, please. We've had a significant group negotiating the lease terms, and we've had legal representation on both sides drafting the agreements, and both of those attorneys have substantial experience in affordable housing. On the city side, we've had Stephanie Downs of Redwood Law, and on the applicant's side, we've had Evan Gross. Leasing negotiators on both sides included myself, Levi Hill, Jan Aldretti, and then on the Mid-Penn side included Vanessa Diffenbaugh, Carlos Gerardo, and Joanne Carmen. So we've had a substantial group meeting for almost over a year now to present and create the documents that are in front of you this evening. The terms are actually pretty easy to summarize. There's a lot of language and a lot of protection, but it comes down to some key issues. Just to clarify, the lessee will be MP Madison Street Associates. It's a limited partnership that has been created. The premises that will actually be leased by this group was approximately just a little bit over 26,000 square feet. So the parking lot and the playground will remain under city ownership, and the leased property will be the actual footprint, if you will, of the affordable housing project. Next slide. The rent with affordable housing projects is minimal. They're looking at $1 per year for a 99 year lease term, so a total of $99 over the lease term. Upon expiration of the lease, all of the improvements, alterations, additions, equipment, and fixtures will be transferred to the city of Monterey. The operation of the facility itself will be by the lessee. All utility expenses will be covered by the lessee, and some of those will be passed down to the tenants. Taxes, the lessee will pay the taxes. They will fully insure the building as well. The city is also has proposed to provide a $1.5 million loan for the construction and to help with the permanent financing of the building. The loan agreement itself will be entered into or prior to close of escrow, and we're asking for authorization that the city manager can negotiate and approve the final terms of the loan. The lessee will be responsible to construct all of the public improvements. So that not only includes, they're going to construct the building on the site, but they're going to construct the parking lot, the landscaping, and the proposed playground. And then some of those items like the parking lot and the playground will be under the ownership of the city of Monterey. The city contributions include the land, the water, and grants and loans, and other financial sources. Next slide. And we've been working very diligently with Mid-Penn Housing to obtain grants, and we've been very successful in this realm. We've, as a city, already granted permanent local housing allocation money, round 1, to Mid-Penn. The city council did that many months ago. That was $110,000 that has helped the project with some of the background studies and information that was needed to develop the project that you see today. The city was also, with a substantial amount of help from Mid-Penn, was able to obtain a regional early action planning grant that's passed through from the state of California to our regional government. We secured $2.3 million in grant funds. So a portion of that money, about $220,000, will be retained for the city of Monterey to complete the environmental analysis for the NEPA clearance and for the housing vouchers that are needed. There's also a general fund loan that I mentioned of $1.5 million. So the city is contributing substantially to this project in terms of land, water supply, and also direct cash contributions, most of that money being passed down through the state of California. The overall project right now is penciling at about $39 million. The final, the preliminary financing plan will be due within 30 days of signing the lease. Some of the things that they've been looking at is the permanent loan that the lessee will obtain in order to finance the project. They're also looking for tax credits. They're looking at applying in round 2 or round 1, depending in 2025 or 2026. That's a key portion of the financing of the project. The city and state grants and loans and financing that I previously presented. And then I've highlighted housing vouchers. These housing vouchers Mid-Penn hopes to obtain from the Housing Authority of Monterey County, and is probably our biggest risk right now is this project. It's our final major issue that we need to resolve. And some of the implications of that final piece is the local work-live preference for the project. Because the housing vouchers are a key financing mechanism for the project, units funded with housing vouchers cannot use a local work-live preference. So we've been working really hard with Mid-Penn to try to reserve at least about half of the units for that the city could work through with them on a local work preference. So it is pending a fair housing analysis and is part of the last bit of the affordability agreement that will come back to you. We're also working collaboratively on the federal environmental clearance needed for housing vouchers. The project-based vouchers have not yet been secured, and the MP Madison Street Associates will need the city's support in approaching the Housing Authority for these housing vouchers. And what these housing vouchers do is they give a monthly contribution towards the total rent of the project, which helps it finance over the long term. So next steps after tonight, the project permitting, it will qualify as an SB 35 project, which is a streamlined permitting project enabled by the state of California. The project also includes density bonus for some of the improvements that you're seeing. There's NEPA environmental clearance underway for the housing vouchers portion of the project. MidPenn will be working on pursuing those housing vouchers with the Housing Authority. MidPenn will also need to apply for the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee for the rounds of either in 25 or 26 for financing. And then at the MidPenn, architects can work on the construction permit drawings, and we are moving towards construction of this project. Next slide, please. So as we wrap up here, what are we asking you to do tonight? This is a significant milestone. We're asking you to adopt a resolution approving the Affordable Housing and Property Disposition Agreement and the ground lease between the city and MP Madison Street Associates. It's not in final form. I'd say it's about 95% there. So we are looking for the final form to be approved through the city attorney's office as we finish up some minor details. And we're also looking for authorization that the city manager is authorized to negotiate and execute the final loan documents and all other documents and amendments related to these two agreements. And with that, I'm happy to ask questions. Our entire team is here, as well as the MidPenn team.
Well, thank you for the presentation, both to staff and our consultants. Let me start by opening it up to my colleagues for questions.
Yeah, I've got a few questions. Kim, you're the right person to be there to answer some of the questions. I think you answered the CEQA and the NEPA question I had, which is the NEPA is not a full blown, but it's only related to
The housing vouchers.
federal housing vouchers. Okay. So what is the source of the 1.5 million that we're able to provide? So is that from our housing?
No, that's a general fund contribution.
Okay. And I know that because we voted. I just needed a refresher because it's been so long ago. And also we talked about the negotiations piece that will really go into the details of the playground and the parking lot will still retain control of that. But is there any provision for the ongoing maintenance of the play courtyard or the top lot, or will that become part of the city Parks and Rec?
Ultimately, it will become part of the city's Parks and Recreation Department. We are looking for a financial contribution from the developer in its long-term maintenance. We've tentatively talked about that maybe that first round of playground replacement equipment could be partially funded.
Yeah, okay. And naming rights too, right? We come up with a name to name that little tot lot. The other thing is understanding the 99-year lease. I know that it's a nominal $1 a year for that 99-year lease. It's 100% affordable. But there's no ongoing revenue that comes to the city like we would have from a CDBG arrangement like we have at the Hotel Pacific. So I know that's a different animal, but is there any ongoing revenue that comes back to the city housing?
Well, so that's how they're going to be able to pay off the loan, right? So the $1.5 million in general fund money is a loan that we're giving. So there will be residual receipts. And as those are received, MidPen will over time pay off that loan to the city of Monterey
With interest.
with interest.
Yeah, but I guess another way of saying it is that all the revenue they obtain from the tenants, none of that rent comes to the city treasury. Is that correct? Yes.
Only to pay off the loan.
Yeah, but their rents collected, there is no portion of the rents that go to
No,
the
not
city
on a
revenue.
regular basis.
Okay. So the only thing we're receiving back is the 1.5 million front loan for assistance in the construction.
And the 110,000 for the PLHA
Right.
loan.
Right, which in a project like this, those are nominal amounts. They're certainly going to have much greater expenses. But do we have a total estimate of what MidPen will be actually spending from the breaking the ground to turnkey occupancy?
We do. Last number we looked at, the whole project is about a $40 million project to construct.
Okay, good. Mayor, that's the only questions I had.
Okay, perfect. I have a few questions and I'm going to try to ask some for Kim first while she's up. Actually, first, let me just say how cool this project is. And I just appreciate all the stakeholders that have been coming together and working hard behind the scenes to make this happen. And it was just really getting jazzed as the floor plan and the 3D model was being showed. And just to kind of highlight a few of those exciting points, the step down from the street view on Madison, just really innovative and creative. The design of the balconies to match the Adobe style, but not like exactly. I mean, just kind of these seamless things that I'm just really excited to seeing once it's constructed, what that looks like. The courtyard concept and it being an open space. Part of it that I'm really excited about is like how we're able to squeeze so much density into this space, but not make it feel like it. So I greatly appreciate that. I mean, it just maintains a level of taste that I think is very fitting for the city of Monterey. The park across the way. So anyways, those are just kind of some of the thoughts that I had about while that was being presented. So I just really appreciate everybody's work on helping make this come to fruition. The housing vouchers, actually, I'll come back to that in a second. The local preference, Kim. So the idea is that maybe 20 of those or so will have the local preference for either people that either already live in Monterey or work in
Correct.
Monterey. And then the remaining ones that will be financing through the vouchers, assuming we get those. The priority there will be for folks that are in Monterey County. So it just kind of opens it up at that point, or is it anybody from anywhere?
So as I understand it, that it's required to be based from the existing Monterey County list. MidPen might have a lot more experience in this arena than I do, and Vanessa Diffenbaugh's here and might be able to answer that question in more detail.
First, Vanessa's here. I didn't see her sitting there, but okay, she's hiding from me. Okay. That's right. Okay, I got it. That's right. Okay, perfect. Thank you. How will the maintenance work for this project? I'm assuming that at the end of the 99 years, that the city will hopefully have a facility that's been well maintained. And so how does the expectations of those look in regards to, as it relates to the agreements?
So the documents in front of you require maintenance of the facility in good condition. And so there are obligations that they maintain the building in good condition.
And is there a touch point with the city to evaluate that over time to ensure that standard is being met?
So our legal counsel is online. Stephanie, can you unmute yourself as a panelist? Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Stephanie Downs. I'm with Redwood Public Law. The city has the right to go in and to make sure that they're complying with maintenance that at a level that the city feels is necessary. And if they don't feel that they've been complied with after they've asked them to actually improve the maintenance that's happening, the city can actually go in and make those changes and do that maintenance, and then they can charge the operator of the project, which initially, if we know, is going to be Mid-Penn, for whatever cost the city had to expend to make those changes.
Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate that. My hope is, I don't know what the appropriate time to do this, but that we kind of build something into the city's process so that we do be proactive in that process as opposed to waiting for a complaint or something. I think setting the standard of, what our role is in that relationship, I think would be helpful. And then just somewhat related, but what are our options, the city's options as it relates to the end of the lease? So when the lease comes to an end, what do the possibilities look like that we could do with the property at that point?
So at that point, the city of Monterey will acquire the property in 99 years. It'll be transferred to the city of Monterey. And just like you do today with, leases that have ended, you'll have the future city councils will have the option to lease the property again to another party, to potentially, take it over themselves. They'll have the full realm of possibilities on how that property is operated.
Okay. Could an option be potentially that the city take it on and basically manage the property itself?
Mhm.
Okay. And then what about so when we were looking at the 3D model there, I saw a lot of landscaping on the parking lot side of the facility, but I remember an earlier version had something along Dutra as well. And so what does the landscaping look like for that to help make the project kind of seem seamless to City Hall? Like, is there going to be trees, plants that go along there that maybe we're seeing in the renderings?
Yeah, so the current intention is to the sidewalk that I talked about as one of the original concepts. The inside face of that sidewalk adjacent to the building is where that property line is going to land. So you're right, the sort of alley of trees on the opposite side of the sidewalk and the landscaping, any landscaping that goes between them will be installed by Mid-Penn and will be the responsibility of the city to take care of, just like any space out in front of the city hall here.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and then my last question, could somebody clarify what the public will have access to in the facility? The general public?
So in the building itself, it doesn't have any gates as designed. The public could walk in there. I think we see that as more of a little bit more of a private space for the people in the housing development. The part that'll be really retained for the public is we're going to have this great connection from City Hall and a great walkway all the way up to Van Buren Street. We'll have a public parking lot and we'll have a public playground. But the development itself, while the general public may be able to walk in there, it's really intended more for the residents.
Okay, and I just wanted to clarify that because I think there was a discussion early on in the process too around having like a community room, a community space that folks could go into. And
so there is a community room. So
for the more
for the residents, then it wouldn't be a space that we would have rights to reserve. But the residents themselves, we hope there's lots of families there, and there'll be both an interior and exterior space where they can congregate.
Perfect. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you again for all the work being done on this. And then let's go ahead and take it to public comment. So we'll offer folks in the chamber an opportunity to jump in. If you can identify yourself by standing up to the left of the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. and then we'll check with folks on Zoom. I'll do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 online, and last check for folks in the chamber. We have 2 in the chamber, so we'll go ahead and start here.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Kevin Dayton, Government Affairs Liaison, Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. As we have since 2019, we support this affordable housing opportunity for many years. Chamber members have indicated that the 2 main issues that most concern them are available supply of water and available supply of housing that's affordable to ordinary people. And what you're doing here is using some city land and providing a opportunity that maybe because of factors such as market conditions and water, that private developers haven't been able to go forward with on their own. So you've made a partnership with a nonprofit housing corporation, and you're moving forward with this. And there have been, of course, people who say, I'm not sure I want affordable housing. I can tell you, I live in the Old Town neighborhood. I think this is great. I can imagine people who work on Fisherman's Wharf, where both of my children have worked, would find this a place where they can walk to work and raise their families here, and they don't make the type of income that would allow you to have a more expensive dwelling here. But that's really the point of this, is so that people can live near where they work on an ordinary salary. So good job. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Nice to be here. I'm Vanessa Diffenbaugh, the project manager for this beautiful project. We're very excited to be here today. And I really don't feel the need to say much because your staff, Kim and Levi, are incredible and have been amazing partners and gave a fabulous presentation. We have a truly phenomenal design team. I'm sure you will agree. Both local, Justin Pauly and Paul Davis. We also have my partner there in the back, Carlos Warado, which I'm really happy he's here. He's a Monterey High graduate. Really, our entire team is local. We have our contractor, the general contractor in the room, Kevin McIntosh from Block Construction, also a Monterey resident, and even our landscape architect here, Marie from Wildland Workshop. So really an all-star team, I think, showcasing the local talent. And it's been a long road, we all know, to get here, but this was a big year for us. We set 4 goals. The first was to secure all our soft financing, which you saw on the list. All the soft financing we have. We also just recently received an additional $2.5 million from the Central California Alliance for Health to support our lowest income units. And that's really the last piece we needed to make us ready to apply for tax credits. So that was really important work that Carlos and I were able to secure. The second goal was to be fully entitled by the end of the year, which I think we're on track to do, to finish our NEPA and historic process, which should be done December or January. And then the last big milestone for the year was to execute the DDA, which is what we're here hoping to do today. So happy to answer any questions if they come up. But again, thanks for all your support and partnership. It's going to be beautiful.
All right, we'll take it online.
Go ahead, please, Esther.
Good afternoon, everybody. I can't even express how happy I am to see this coming to fruition, even though it's kind of slow. I mean, I was the one that really started pushing this with the previous council, and it's such a thoughtful project that, you know, kudos to everybody who's participated in the design, in the financing, in everything. This is such a top-notch example of what this region should be doing all across. And I really look forward to seeing what the next one, hopefully the Adams Street Opportunity Site, has in store for us. But this is something we should all be extremely, extremely proud of, how well it's coming together, how much cooperation and collaboration. The fact that the designers and everybody connected are locals really shows the thoughtfulness and the dedication to making it something special that we know we haven't seen any real opposition from residents, you know, immediately in the area, which is highly, highly unusual, as we all know from, you know, hearing those type of comments in the past from anything that has to do with affordable housing and where it's going to go. I am especially excited to hear that there's this component to give some of the units priority to people who live and work here already. I've had numerous conversations with staff about whether that was a possibility or not. And I am so happy to hear that it could very well happen, because it is really important that we try and show that this is something doable, rather than automatically saying, no, we have to open it up to the whole county. I just don't have enough words to say how exciting this all is. And I'll just leave it at that. And thank you to everybody that's been involved in pushing this through, and the design and just everything about it. Good work, staff and everybody else. Thank you.
Next speaker is a telephone caller. Go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I'm impressed with the design of the facility, and to see this property that's been sitting really vacant, at least the building portion for so many years, to see it finally being repurposed and for housing is an excellent step forward. I am concerned that it's extremely dense. The 41 units plus the caretaking unit, this is a high rate of occupancy, and I did not see really, other than a sketchy floor plan. Will this be coming back to the city for consideration of actually what it's going to look like in terms of floor plan and how the different units are designed? That's really important. Parking is an issue for the for City Hall, as well as for the units, that there's adequate parking, and the streets don't just become super congested because there is no parking. And also the noise within this very dense facility is something that will be an issue for the people that live there. So it has to be thoughtfully designed, insulated, all of that. My question about city control over the building, that was answered, that maintenance the city will have some control. I also would like to know, is it required to have 42 units? And dependent, the financing and the whole agreement dependent on having 42 units, or could it be less units? As I said, I'd like to see a floor plan. I think that's really important to see what people are being invited to rent. And as far as parking, how much is going to be lost that's in the city lot right now? And how much parking is being allotted per unit in the lot that's adjacent to that again will be lost for city use? And I'm assuming that if turns into a one-way street, that the parking on one side of the street will be lost as well. It's a high priority to me that this is for local people that live now or work in Monterey. That's really, really important, because that's where we've been talking about long commutes from out of town for so many years. And to have people that actually live here now or work here now not have to commute any longer, that has to be a major priority. Is this Section 8 housing? I'm not sure how housing vouchers fit in with the whole Section 8 issue. And also, you heard a presentation a few months ago about Dutra Street history in terms of the Ohlone, Coastal Esalen Nation. Are any housing units being given priority for the local indigenous community? I think that it would be one small step towards some sort of amends to this community that's been so disrespected and treated so poorly by the city.
Thank you. Your time has come. That is the end of the comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
Couple of comments, please, before we make a motion. Hello, Paul, Jason, Justin, how are you? And greetings to your mom and dad. I've known Paul since we were both very young, so going offline here saying hi and a personal greeting. So when I came on the council I don't know when it was, 14, 15, 16, we had another project that was delivered by Midpen, and that was on Van Buren. And that project turned out very, very nice. And so I support this and have supported this because from the time we selected Midpen to be our partner, I always had a high level of confidence knowing that it was going to be done right, that we were not going to have to worry about the design, that we knew it would fit in all the accommodations, mitigations, and struggles it is to get something built in this environment. Midpen was the right partner, and they turned around and hired the right architects. So very impressive to see the footprint that this will be right behind City Hall and in Old Town neighborhood. So with that comments, fantastic, excited to get it done. I wish the bulldozers could start tomorrow, and I wished it would only take about a month, but we know construction takes much, much more than that and will take a lot of patience by our neighbors. So at the end of the day, we will arrive with 42 families moving in to be our neighbors. That is a great location, close to walk, bus, downtown, shopping, gosh, the high school right up the street. So all of the services with the location and the design and the building management team, I'm very confident this is going to work. So thank you for the team. It's gotten us to this point. Now it's just kind of the paperwork where we have to negotiate these things called contracts. And I'm sure that the city staff will cover all the crossing the T's and dotting the I's to get all that part of it done. But I just wanted to say that we wish we had more properties like this that would be this easy to do. And I know you're probably not thinking it was easy, but as far as getting this done, the team did it. And so congratulations to everybody included, and from the city manager down through all of the city staff and the team, and to the Midpen team, and to the contractors, the vendors. Once we get this contract, now it's up to the builder to build a great product. And we know you will. You have a good reputation. But thank you for all of your efforts, team. And we look forward to seeing this move forward to get 42 people or 42 families housed in the right place. But a good project, very much supportive of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would just echo the, very positive, enthusiastic reaction that, was stated by the mayor and by Councilmember Ed. I feel exactly the same. Very much looking forward to seeing this be built and come to fruition and people living there. Today we're deliberating on the property disposition agreement, and I don't really have any questions or any concerns about that. But since you did show some of the images, I just wanted to say I really appreciate the articulation and differentiation of the kind of visual appearance along Madison. I think that looks really good. The kind of the way it seems like you're trying to create almost the appearance of different buildings so that it doesn't look like one massive building. I think that looks really good. The only kind of suggestion that I have, and maybe you're already thinking about it, is that bit that would be visible looking up from Pacific Street towards Colton Hall. Whatever you can do to sort of mitigate and cause that perhaps to blend in, maybe that would be paint so that the color sort of blends in with the same color as Colton Hall. That's just something that occurred to me. But yeah, very excited, very happy. And when the mayor's ready, I'd be prepared to make a motion or support a motion.
I'll pass to Dr. Barber. And for the record, we're not having her vote on this one because she came in midstream here, but I do want to offer you an opportunity to provide any thoughts before we do go for a vote. Dr. Barber.
Sure. Thank you so much. I read about this, and I was already excited to see the project going forth. I do want to, continue to look at it as it goes along and making sure that some of the things that we had talked about before with the Dutra Street would be addressed, which I know it will be later on. But I feel like this project is great and that it's highly needed. And I'm really grateful to the staff and to the city manager and to all that have been a part of this, Mid-Penn. So thank you to all of you.
Okay, and I think my colleagues said it well. I mean, I don't think we can thank everybody involved enough. I know there's still a lot of work to be done. And in particular, what I've heard from Kim's presentation is that the real hot touch point is making sure that we get those vouchers. So it's all hands on deck in order to make sure that we get those figured out, and anything that we can do on the council to help support that coming to fruition. I echo my colleagues in expressing our eagerness to see this project get online as soon as possible. So it seems like everything is running as smoothly as it can, and just can't thank everybody involved enough. I mean, we can't really fully appreciate what this is going to do for our community. But I think we're seeing a little bit already. I think a lot of people in town are really excited. The last time that this was on the council agenda, to see how many people showed up in the chamber and called in to express their support of this, and not get a lot of pushback, I think is a sign of optimism that people feel like the city of Monterey is continuing to move in a really good direction. So truly thank everybody involved for all the efforts. And so with that, I'll pass it back to Councilmember Hoffa.
All right, I would make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And with that, I'm going to just read this part real quick so we can get Dr. Barber on board with us here. We will have a teleconference participation for the rest of this meeting from Councilmember Barber pursuant to the California Brown Act rules for just cause attendance. Councilmember Barber, can you hear me well?
Yes,
Were you able to hear our proceedings on this end up to now?
yes,
You have a copy of the agenda for this meeting.
yes.
Please give us a brief general description of the circumstances relating to your need to appear remotely.
On city business.
Is anyone over the age of 18 with you in the room?
No.
Can everyone clearly hear Councilmember Barber? Can everybody hear Dr. Barber?
Yes.
I'm seeing head nods, yes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now,
Waving goodbye.
the Brown Act requires that any votes taken during the teleconference portion of this meeting be taken by roll call. And with that, we will adjourn the closed session. I don't know if that was
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Open for public comments, please, on the closed session.
I'm who's talking? Sorry, is that Chrissy? Chrissy, what did you say? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Hi, yes, sorry, I was just suggesting to take public comments on the closed session.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, so before we adjourn to closed session, we have one item on the closed session agenda that we'll be discussing before the evening session, which is item number 8, closed session conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding 601 Wave Street, Suite 400. Any public comment from those in the chamber? Seeing none, we'll check online, do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and not seeing any online. So with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session. Thanks, everybody.
Recording in progress.
All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the evening session of our council meeting today. We're going to go ahead and reconvene, and we'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask Councilmember Hoppe to lead us off here.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Hoffa. And with that, we'll go to general public comments. It's a continuation from the afternoon session. So anybody that hasn't been able to already speak for general public comments, this is for items that are not on today's agenda, has the opportunity to do so now. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak for general public comment? That Andrea was like, that was like almost a hand raise there. All right, we'll check online. We'll do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 folks online, so we'll go ahead and take those 2 callers.
First, I'm calling on a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 705.
Yes, good afternoon, City Council members and Mayor Williamson. I just want to let you know that a judge recently ruled that the U.S. Forest Service could not continue thinning the forest because it was a fire hazard. It dries out forests. So it's very, very important in our own fire prevention program that we do not cut these trees and we do not thin them and create this drying condition. What's very important is cutting ladders, branches, dead branches, and removing the branches on the ground. It's very important to recover because it keeps things moist. And there's a timber science that's going on that wants everyone to cut the big trees. And that's part of their fire prevention because they want those big trees. And big trees do not burn like little trees. So it's very, very important that we save as many trees as we can now for climate change. Thank you.
And our next speaker, go ahead, please.
This is Nina Beatty, resident of Monterey. This afternoon, you held a hearing on a very important topic. You scheduled it for the afternoon instead of this evening when people were off work. And that doesn't help the residents of Monterey. It may help get a project through faster and quicker and more silently, but it does not have anything to do with transparency. When there's a topic that comes up and the public has a question, especially when staff people and experts are there to answer questions, and then the questions raised by members of the public are not acknowledged and are not even answered, the public is poorer for the lack of knowledge. And when these are significant projects that affect not only the community and the neighborhoods, but also public safety, I think the public deserves a better job by their staff and by their elected officials at being responsive, at not just pretending to be transparent, but actually being transparent. So now the issues that I raised, I appreciated aspects of this project, but now because of the way in which the business was conducted this afternoon, now I wonder what more things are actually a problem with this project and need more public oversight. And that concerns me. So this has happened on other issues scheduling inappropriately, inappropriate categorization so that the public didn't get even legal notices in the paper, et cetera, et cetera. And questions asked but never answered. So I do not think that anyone could say the public is served by this way of conducting city business. And I strongly protest this, knowing that this will probably continue until the public finally realizes what's being done and that they're not being served. And I hope that this project ends up being a wonderful project for the city. But when city staff and city experts won't even answer basic questions, that makes me wonder if it really is going to be. Good night.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment and ask for announcements from closed session, please.
Okay, for the afternoon session, there was a closed session and based on a roll call vote of 4 in favor, none opposed, and Councilmember Garcia absent. Confidential direction was given to property negotiators.
Thank you, Nat. With that, we will go to item number 9, appeal of Jared Balthrop of dismissal from the position of electrician with the Public Works Department. I'm going to pass this to Thais Alves, outside attorney for the City Council, who will introduce herself.
Thank you, Mayor. As you stated, this is the employee discipline appeal of Jared Balthrop. I am Thais Alves, outside counsel advising the City Council. I have been screened off from and have not communicated with the Public Works Department or any attorney representing the Public Works Department regarding this matter, and I will solely be advising the City Council on this matter. There was a stipulation between the parties that the City Council appeal would be based on the administrative record before the arbitrator, Andrea Dooley, and there would be 30 minutes allotted to each side for oral argument before the City Council, but no additional evidence would be introduced. The attorneys for the Public Works Department and the appellant may choose to allocate a portion of their 30 minutes for rebuttals. Thank you.
Thank you. I ask each of the attorneys to identify how much time they would like for the rebuttal, state that the city clerk will calculate and report out how much each party has for oral argument and rebuttal. So do we have a sense of how much time we're looking at here?
Yeah, and my name's Garrett Porter. I'm the attorney for Mr. Balthrop. We'll be reserving 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay.
And on Zoom here, Arcelia Hurtado representing the Public Works Department Director, and I'll reserve 10 minutes, please.
Okay. All right. I will pass it to Arcelia for oral argument. And I think we reserve the 10 minutes, so we'll do 20 minutes on the clock for you.
Thank you. So again, good evening. My name is Arcelia.
Sorry.
That's okay. And I'm an attorney with the law firm of Sloan, Sakai, Young and Wong, and I'm here representing the Department of Public Works in this appeal. In the termination of Jared Balthrop. I know you've been provided the entire administrative record and have reviewed it, so I won't go into the facts in detail. I do want to use my time to just highlight some of the procedural history and facts at issue here, and then reserve some time at the end for any questions you may have, and of course, 10 minutes for rebuttal. So I will talk fast. I represented the city at the arbitration hearing held on April 24th, 2024, as well as at the appeal before the city manager on August 6th, 2024. And as you know, the union opted for the non-binding advisory arbitration procedure outlined in the MOU. And after the arbitration hearing,
the arbitrator found that the city had just cause to discipline Balthrop for discourteous treatment of the public or other employees during the course of employment in violation of city policy. But she also found that his conduct, while undeniably rude and inappropriate, did not rise to the level of severe and egregious so as to violate city policy. Therefore, the city did not have just cause to terminate him for this single incident. The arbitrator also found that Balthrop was not dishonest during the investigation, but rather that he failed to recall details of the incident. Therefore, the city did not have just cause to terminate him for dishonesty. The arbitrator did not issue a ruling on the other bases for termination, which were willful disobedience and insubordination, failure to perform work in a satisfactory manner, or inefficiency or inexcusable neglect of duty, i.e. failure to perform duties required by the employee's position. And then finally, the arbitrator found that the appropriate level of discipline would have been a 3-day suspension. So per the dispute resolution procedures outlined in the MOU, the city manager heard the appeal and upheld the termination. And I want to go through what the city manager found during that appeal. He found that Balthrop, one, he made a lewd comment and gesture that 2 witnesses who were present viewed as offensive, sexually harassing, and unprofessional. The city manager also found that Balthrop was indeed dishonest during the investigative interview and found that he did not just have a failure of recollection. And this violated multiple city policies, including Monterey City Code Section 25-14.02B, willful disobedience and insubordination. Also subsection D, failure to perform work in a satisfactory manner. Subsection E, inefficiency or inexcusable neglect of duty and failure to public or other employees within the scope of employment. Subsection W, willful violation of rules, regulations, or policies which may be prescribed by the department or city, including violation of City Code Section 25-3.03 and subsection H, dishonesty involving employment. Finally, the city manager found that the arbitrator exceeded her authority in suggesting the appropriate level of discipline, given that the MOU does not authorize the arbitrator to replace the city's judgment for her own in regard to the level of discipline, but rather the arbitrator's role is limited to making findings of fact. The city manager further found that a 3-day suspension was not appropriate in light of the serious and egregious nature of the conduct at issue here. Therefore, termination was the appropriate level of discipline and was reasonably related to the nature of the conduct. The city manager found that Balthrop's longstanding tenure as a city employee did not mitigate his conduct, especially in light of the severity and egregiousness of his actions, the numerous sexual harassment courses that he took as part of his employment, which ultimately failed to prevent his highly problematic behavior, and then his failure to take responsibility for his actions and his continued dishonesty during and after the investigation. Balthrop appealed the city manager's well-reasoned determination to the city council, which brings us here today. And I'm here to urge you to exercise your common sense and the discretion granted to you under the MOU and uphold the public work director's determination and the city manager's determination that there was just cause to terminate Mr. Balthrop for his abusive conduct towards the public while on duty and in uniform at the Presidio of Monterey in December of 2022, because that conduct was severe and egregious and because his conduct violated multiple City of Monterey policies. And just as a reminder, the standard of proof that you must find is preponderance of the evidence, which is more likely than not. And with that, I will use my remaining time to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Arcelia. With that, we'll go ahead and go to Mr. Balthrop's attorney Garrett Porter for his oral argument. And we're going to put 25 minutes on. Yes.
When would it be appropriate for us to ask questions? Is this the time to ask her questions or?
I think we'll save the questions till after the oral arguments and then the rebuttals, and then we'll take questions.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we'll put 25 minutes on the clock for this one. If that's correct, we're going to hold 5.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Again, my name is Garrett Porter, and I appreciate this opportunity to come before you. How I was going to be explaining our position, the union's position, Mr. Balthrop's position. I was actually going to call Mr. Balthrop to explain a little bit on his own behalf and explain to each of you his position, his understanding, his commitment to the city, and his reflection on the incident in question from December 2022. So first of all, the meaning of this appeal is so that the city council can have a fair and full scope, considering the entire procedural history and all the different considering factors for this specific matter. Unfortunately, it's the union's position that the city manager's decision was solely based on or primarily based on the Skelly decision rather than the arbitrator's evidentiary hearing, which that arbitrator was selected by both parties. The city and the union both were able to review all of the credentials, all the evaluations, all the decisions made by this arbitrator, Ms. Dooley, so that a fair and equitable evidentiary hearing can be held. Now, during that evidentiary hearing is when the witness's credibility is evaluated, not after the fact when the city manager is reviewing a transcript, determining whether or not Mr. Balthrop is credible or whether or not he's being dishonest and when he says he can't remember something. Also, the city manager's decision and recommendation is unfortunately consistent with his anti-employee and kind of continuation of his pattern of pushing out long-term employees who are nearing retirement, like Mr. Balthrop in this case. It's the union's position and understanding that since Mr. Uslar's starting with the city, more than 150 positions or employees from the union GEM have been eliminated. With all these different considerations in mind, I do want to give Mr. Balthrop the opportunity for him to express himself and for you each to evaluate his own credibility, not relying on a transcript, not relying on the opinion of someone else saying, hey, I haven't even looked at the, I haven't even spoken to Mr. Balthrop, but I'm making judgments on whether or not he is credible, whether or not he is sincere in his apology, whether or not he's an actual risk of making a rude comment or offending somebody again. So with that being said, I'll call Mr. Balthrop just to articulate and talk about his employment history and his reflections on the specific incident.
Hi. My name is Jared Balthrop. I've been an electrician for the city of Monterey for 23 and a half years. During that time, I've gotten numerous awards from colonels of the Army base, about 8 of them for work excellence. I've got Employee of the Year 2005. I got Quality Work Control Award 2 years, 05 and 11. I got an award from the Colonel of the Army base for pulling a lady out of a burning car. She was 65 years old, was on fire. Me and another employee, I pulled her out, he put the fire out. I've tried to be an exceptional employee here for the city of Monterey. Through my time, I plan on doing my whole career here. All my evaluations have been all A+. I never had a bad one in all the years here. So on that day, I did make the remark, which I feel bad about and I shouldn't have done. I was being truthful when they asked me. I told the gentleman I did, Mr. Rose, I did say that after I remembered it, after I remembered what I said, because they called me in 7 months later after the event. So it took me a minute to recall exactly what happened. I was angry at the time. The other part of it, I did not do, and I said I didn't do it. And the gesture remark, nobody in the city believed me. I even went as far as to talk to my doctor and get a letter from him stating that I cannot do that gesture. I was 20 pounds heavier with my stomach and my arm length. I could not physically do that gesture standing up. And he wrote a letter, which was disregarded. I've been as honest as I can through the whole thing. I feel that, what I did was wrong, and I'm very sorry. And if I can apologize to the lady and the gentleman that was there, I will. And it's just an isolated incident, and I feel bad about it. And I'm hoping you guys can overlook that small one incident, and for me as a good employee, because that's out of character for me. I'm not like that. And a lot of people that I've worked with through the city, they know how I am and that I have a good work ethic. And but I was out of character doing that, and I'm sorry. So that's all I can say.
Sure. Continuing on with what Jared was just talking about, I will go through also just briefly the procedural history. I know you guys have the expansive administrative record. The incident in question occurred in 2022 in December. That's when Mr. Balthrop went into the Subway restaurant facility and through the employee entrance door. And then when addressed or kind of confronted about entering through the door, he made a comment saying that the manager or the supervisor who is prohibiting him from doing that can suck it. Now, this was an offhand comment. This was a rude comment. This was an embarrassing comment. As Mr. Balthrop articulated, he understands that the people that heard it were embarrassed, were offended. He takes accountability for that. But if we look at his entire 23-and-a-half-year history with the city, there's been no other comments, no other incidents, no other discipline, no other investigations regarding Mr. Balthrop. So as he said, this is an isolated incident. There's no evidence or rationale showing that Mr. Balthrop is beyond hope, or that he is a problem, or that he is going to have some issue with reoccurrence. We're not minimizing the impact that the comment might have had on the people that witnessed it. We're not saying that they shouldn't have been offended or that it's not a big deal. But I do think it's important to take into consideration what this surmounts to, which is discourteous treatment. This isn't abuse or bullying or a pattern of behavior or some kind of unequivocal, horrific action or horrific comment. This is an offhanded comment that you might hear at a middle school playground. After the incident occurring in December of 2022, the investigation occurred and Mr. Balthrop was interviewed. This was months later, as Mr. Balthrop articulated. Now, during the actual interview, there's some question about whether or not there was some kind of gesture or movement in conjunction with the comment that Mr. Balthrop made. Mr. Balthrop cannot recall making that gesture. Now, Mr. Rose, the investigator, unfortunately misquotes the witnesses. There are two witnesses there, Ms. Frade and Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez, who was standing by the door behind Mr. Balthrop, could not see Mr. Balthrop's front, only saw his back, is the one who articulated he made this gesture, which was motioning towards his lower pelvic area. Now, Ms. Frade articulated he made some kind of movement with his hand towards his knee. Now, Mr. Rose and Mr. Uslar say that these are consistent statements. And because of these consistent statements, Mr. Balthrop saying he doesn't remember making a gesture must be a lie. And he's somehow falsifying or trying to minimize his actions. That's not a reasonable conclusion to make. This is an individual who admits, hey, I could have done a gesture. I commonly brush against my knee or slap my leg. for whatever reason. But that is a discrepancy that was established and clarified at the evidentiary hearing with the arbitrator, which was ignored by Mr. Uslar at the city manager appeal step. After the investigation, which was, I believe, in March of 2023, there was a Skelly hearing with the Public Works Director. That was in November of 2023. All this is in the administrative record. Another appeal step was afterwards, which was the non-binding arbitration. Now, while the opposing counsel for Public Works is correct, but this is a non-binding arbitration, the union agrees it was non-binding. However, this is a full evidentiary hearing. Where credibility is assessed is at that evidentiary hearing, where the city and the union have an opportunity to cross-examine and vigorously present evidence, rebut evidence, refute, and admonish in all sorts of different ways. That's when the city had an opportunity to determine whether or not Mr. Balthrop was credible or whether or not he was dishonest. After opposing counsel cross-examined Mr. Balthrop, a neutral third-party arbitrator who was mutually selected by both sides based on her credentials determined that Mr. Balthrop was not dishonest. As he said before you today, this is an investigation about an incident that he didn't think much of at the time. He didn't think it was offensive at the time. After remembering it, after reflecting upon it, after going through this whole process, he realized it was wrong and offensive, and he takes accountability, and it's not going to happen again. After that, on August 6th is when the city manager sat down and we had that appeal step, which is the final step before getting to this evening before you today. As I articulated at the city manager's appeal meeting, it's the union's position that Mr. Uslar ignored the evidentiary record and instead relied on the investigation report of Mr. Rose, who was cross-examined at the arbitration. And he himself admitted that there were inconsistencies between the two witnesses that he was relying on, or in his report articulated that they were consistent and contrary to Mr. Balthrop's recollection of the gesture. Now, I want to move on, I guess, to the main considerations that I want to present before you today. The first thing that I want to bring to your guys' attention is the concept of progressive discipline. Many of you have much experience dealing with employees, employers, the whole appeal process, discipline. I understand that you guys are well equipped and well understanding of that. However, the opposing counsel in the city up to this point has been arguing that training replaced or supplanted progressive discipline. Because Mr. Balthrop participated in the anti-harassment, anti-bullying training that's mandatory, that every employee participates in, he's somehow not entitled to progressive discipline. Because of these trainings, all of a sudden, one mistake equates to termination because he should have known better. Now, we're not trying to disvalue the efforts of training. Training is important. Training equips employees appropriately. However, it does not replace progressive discipline. As Mr. Balthrop articulated and as reflected in the administrative record, Mr. Balthrop has no prior discipline. He has never received a write-up. He has never received a negative evaluation. And now the city is leaning on trainings that he received, saying those are equivalent to discipline. Because you participated in this training, that's strike one, strike two, strike three. Now you've committed some kind of, you made some comment that was offensive. You should have known better. That was your last chance. These are not two of the same things. Mr. Balthrop can take accountability for what he did. He can improve. That's demonstrated by his nearly a quarter century with the city. He has never had any issues like this in the past, and he is confident today, and the union's confident, I'm confident as his attorney, that Mr. Balthrop is not going to have an issue moving forward. The arbitrator recommended a 3-day suspension, which the union does not dispute. We think that is a fair and appropriate level of discipline in order to address this issue. a 3-day suspension for a comment, no matter how Mr. Balthrop might have felt about the comment as he made it. But it's a comment that could be seen as offensive, and I think is reasonably, like I said, could be embarrassing or offensive to individuals who hear it. But an employee who has never had any discipline in his entire past, I think a 3-day suspension is more than appropriate to address this specific issue. So in addition to Mr. Balthrop's remorse and recognition of the specific incident in question, I do want to again highlight Mr. Balthrop's exemplary employee record. His commitment to the city is nearly unparalleled. He has been here through the storms, changing stoplights that are blowing around in the wind. He's worked on numerous projects. He's really put his whole heart and career into the city. And now, based on this one incident, all that is being discredited and disregarded. This is an opportunity for you as the city council members to recognize an employee's commitment to the city, to see the opportunity for change, the opportunity for him to reaffirm his commitment, the opportunity for him to continue pouring his life into the city the way he has the past most of his life. With all these things being taken into consideration, we're asking that City Council reduce the discipline from termination to the 3-day suspension that this arbitrator recommended. Again, this arbitrator, while their decision is non-binding, this is a third party who is neutral, who has more experience than any of us evaluating the evidence and what is appropriate as far as levels of discipline. Now, I'm not asking the city to disregard its own discretion. I think it's important for each of you to evaluate the evidence that was presented, the evidence in the evidentiary record, in the administrative packet. But Mr. Balthrop admits and takes accountability for his discourteous treatment, but refuses that there's just not evidence that he was dishonest. There's just not the evidence that Mr. Balthrop violated the abuse and bullying policy. So we're asking that Mr. Balthrop be reinstated with back pay. And again, this is an opportunity for the city council to make things right and to consider all the evidence as it should have been at each step of this process. I will reserve the remaining 8 minutes for questions or something later on, or rebuttal, I guess.
Mayor Williamson, could I step in and just ask Mr. Porter a quick question?
Please.
Off his timer. You made some comments regarding Mr. Uslar's relationship with the union. Is that in the evidentiary record?
Sorry. No, I believe it's not in the evidentiary record.
Are you okay with striking that from council's consideration then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and with that, we will pass it back to the department's attorney Arcelia Hurtado. And it says Chrissy Davi, but I'm assuming we're speaking to Thais. I'm assuming that's what was supposed to be there.
It's just Arcelia for the Public Works Department.
Perfect.
comment.
Okay, so Arcelia, back to you for, I'm not sure how much time was remaining there at the end of 10 minutes. Okay, I wasn't sure if there was any left over from the original argument, but okay. Arcelia, you have 10 minutes for a rebuttal.
Sure, thank you. And I will just note also that Mr. Balthrop, while he could provide comment during public comment, and so we agreed or did not object to him testifying or giving his comments during the argument, they are not part of the record. So just a reminder of that as well. And we will have Mr. Uslar speak during public comment to some of the arguments that Mr. Porter made. But the fact is that the city manager considered all of the record, all of the evidence, and Mr. Porter argues that he did not have the benefit of hearing directly from Mr. Balthrop as the arbitrator did. However, Mr. Porter could have brought Mr. Balthrop to provide comment, but he chose not to do that. So the city manager decision was not based on the Skelly hearing. It was based on the record, and he will explain that to you during public comment as well. He considered all of the record. He also used his common sense and reviewed the recordings of Mr. Balthrop's investigative interview, where it is very clear that he knows exactly what he's there to talk to Mr. Rose about, because Mr. Rose tells him so about 5 minutes into the recorded interview. So he knew very well what he was there to talk about, which was the incident at Subway. And it's very clear also from the recording that he goes on the offensive because he knows, oops, now I'm in trouble. I need to come up with some explanation for why two independent witnesses who are unbiased would say that he did this lewd gesture towards his groin while he said, tell Isel she can suck it. Okay, that's what he did. That is the conduct at issue here. It's egregious and it's severe. It doesn't have to be a pattern of conduct, as Mr. Porter is alleging. It doesn't have to be a pattern of conduct. One single incident under the city code is sufficient to impose up to termination, and that is what the city manager found. The arbitrator's logic was flawed. She didn't think this was severe and egregious, but two people who witnessed it, Ms. Leslie Frade, who's 19 years old, was very offended by it and felt it was inappropriate and unprofessional. And Lieutenant Sanchez also felt the same way. So these are two people that did not believe that this was appropriate in the workplace and felt that this was severe and egregious. Now, what motive would they have to lie? And I would remind you that Mr. Balthrop had the opportunity to correct anything that he felt that he didn't remember at the time of his investigative interview, but he never did so. He never contacted Mr. Rose to add or correct anything that he had said. Instead, he came before you today and continued to deny that he made this gesture toward his crotch. And again, coming up with excuses for why that was not possible. And again, using your common sense, if you listen to the recorded investigative interview, which is part of the record, you have the benefit of hearing that if you'd like. It's very clear that he's trying to make up crazy conspiracy theories for why two people would make up something like this that he says he didn't do. It was not just a rude comment. It was severe and egregious, and it's not anything any City of Monterey employee should be allowed to do and remain on the job. His awards are not relevant here. The arbitrator found that. That's part of the record. His conduct is what is at issue. Similarly, no evaluation has been done for him for several years now. I think the latest one was in 2015. That's the most recent one. So there's, and again, the arbitrator found that these things were not relevant to her determination. So that's also part of the record. And the city manager also found that it was not relevant. What is relevant, again, and what we have to focus on is his conduct. It is not mitigating that he's been with the city for many years. And again, we have to focus on his conduct. He says he's sorry. He's said that before, but he has never apologized to any of the people that had to witness this unprofessional conduct. He's never apologized to them or tried to apologize to them. And again, he's sorry now because he lost his job. And that's the bottom line. He still maintains he didn't do this gesture. And again, it's another excuse and another example of him not taking responsibility for his actions. And so again, when he's saying that he didn't do this, what he is in effect telling you is that Leslie Frade and Lieutenant Sanchez lied. He's calling them liars. So he's not sorry because he's calling them liars. He's saying that they lied and he somehow is the victim here. He even made a comment that Leslie Frade could not have been offended by his comment and his gesture because she had a neck tattoo and she looked like she came out of prison. That is what he told Mr. Rose. That is not someone who is sorry for their actions. That is not someone who frankly deserves to work for the city of Monterey under these circumstances. And as counsel argued, he says it's not a pattern. This is not a pattern of behavior. But again, a single incident is sufficient if you find that it's severe and egregious. And the city manager found that it was severe and egregious. Leslie Frade felt it was severe and egregious. Lieutenant Sanchez felt it was severe and egregious. So I'm asking you to uphold the determination of the city manager, of Mr. Rose, the attorney investigator that conducted a very thorough investigation, and you have all of the materials that he relied on. And again, I ask you that you uphold the discipline that this conduct deserves, which is termination. And I would ask Mr. Uslar to provide comment during the public comment portion of the proceeding.
Thank you, Celia. With that, we will go to Garrett for the remaining time that he has for rebuttal.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Williamson. So I want to address a few of the things that opposing counsel just brought up. First of all, she says that Mr. Balthrop's evaluations shouldn't be considered because the last one issued to him by the city, according to the city's discretion and its supervisor's discretion, was in 2013. He's not in charge of when he gets evaluations, but when he does get evaluations, they're always stellar. The main thing I want to discuss during this rebuttal is the purpose of discipline. Ms. Hurtado wrongfully asserts, based on her language, that discipline should be punitive, that because Mr. Balthrop did something, he must pay. He can't be an employee, was her words, because he made this egregious comment. However, case law is clear that discipline is supposed to be corrective. Now, it's your position to evaluate what would be the corrective and appropriate level of discipline to address this issue. There are any number of levels of discipline within the city's discretion. However, throughout this process, whenever the city has had the opportunity to evaluate and determine what level of discretion should be used, they choose the maximum level of discipline. That's what the Public Works Director recommended, and that is what the city manager recommended as well. However, as I said, the third-party arbitrator, who has the insight of and perspective of seeing numerous different public employers and other types of employers, determined that a 3-day suspension would be appropriate in this situation. Also, Mr. Balthrop articulated today and during the evidentiary hearing on the record that he fully takes responsibility for his actions and that he cannot recall making a gesture in conjunction with his rude comment. Ms. Hurtado wrongfully says that Mr. Balthrop called Ms. Frade and Mr. Sanchez liars. During the evidentiary record of the arbitration, Ms. Hurtado asks Mr. Balthrop this very question: are they lying? He says, I don't know. All I remember is what I remember. I can't testify as to something, what somebody else was thinking or what somebody else recalls if it's an incident that I don't recall. Another thing that Ms. Hurtado articulated was that in the evidentiary record, Ms. Frade, who was the individual who Mr. Balthrop made this comment to, affirmed that the comment was severe and egregious. She makes no comment about that. She says that the comment was embarrassing. She says that the comment she interpreted to be a dirty comment. Both of those are fair assessments, but it is inaccurate and dishonest to say that these witnesses affirm the city's vocabulary as far as the requirements of it being severe and egregious enough for it to be a one-off incident equating to termination. With all that being said, I want to re-articulate and re-empower each of you to use your discretion. And as Ms. Hurtado says, use your common sense. This is an employee who's been with the department most of his life. And now, because of one comment that was made, where the individual the comment was made to said she felt embarrassed or that she interpreted it to be a dirty comment, now Mr. Balthrop should be terminated. That is unfair, and ultimately it is inconsistent with this city's progressive discipline policy, with the goals of the city, with the position of being pro-employee, pro-worker, valuing its employees, entrusting its employees, correcting their employees when they make mistakes. Mr. Balthrop, as he articulated today, made a mistake in December of 2022. That was one day of his 23-and-a-half-year-long career. This is not severe and egregious conduct. Mr. Balthrop takes accountability, and he articulated to you today that this is not going to happen again. All of this matters. His employment history matters because the city's interest should be correcting the behavior. A 3-day suspension is more than appropriate to correct this behavior, and a termination is excessive and inappropriate. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we will bring it back to the council for questions of either party. I believe Councilmember Hoffa had some questions.
I'm just wondering, is it possible to have like a 5-minute recess? Because I've got a lot of questions, but it's kind of, I wouldn't mind some time to kind of organize my
No,
thoughts,
absolutely.
'cause
Yeah,
it's pretty serious.
let's do that. Let's do that. Let's take a 5-minute recess and we'll come back. And, so we just heard oral arguments and rebuttals from attorneys on both sides. And at this point, we'll bring it back to the council for questions for either party.
Okay, so that's okay. I'll go ahead and start. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Hurtado, I've got a few questions for you first.
Yes, sir.
Could you define in a legal way what severe and egregious would mean?
Yeah, so I would refer you to the Monterey City Code. And I'm looking up the code number for you. But it's let's see. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, so, okay, let's see here. Okay, so if you look at City Code 25,
It's 1402.
yes, Art 25-14.02. No, that's not the one. Hold on one second. My computer keeps shifting to a different.
Could it be 25-3.03?
Can you say that again?
25-3.03?
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, I see it there. Abusive conduct, bullying.
Yes, okay, there it is. 25-3.03 harassment, discrimination, retaliation, abusive conduct, bullying policy. So that city policy, at the beginning of the policy, it explains why you have this policy. And it's, of course, to prevent exactly this type of behavior in the workplace. And then under subsection C, it goes down and it defines what abusive conduct / bullying is. So, and what it is defined as is conduct of an employer or employee in the workplace with malice that a reasonable person would find hostile, offensive, and unrelated to an employer's legitimate business interest. So again, conduct of an employee in the workplace with malice, and again, Mr. Balthrop had malice towards Isol Gann. He didn't like her. He testified extensively about the reasons he didn't like her. So this conduct, this comment that Isol can suck it while gesturing to his genital area was done with malice. And a reasonable person, in this case, two reasonable people, found that it was hostile, offensive, and of course, unrelated to anything that had to do with Mr. Balthrop's legitimate, or unrelated to anything that the city of Monterey could assert as a legitimate business interest. So it had nothing to do with his work there, essentially. And again, it goes on to say abusive conduct may include repeated infliction of verbal abuse, verbal or physical conduct that a reasonable person would find threatening, intimidating, or humiliating. And again, Ms. Freyd found it intimidating, humiliating. And then it goes on to say a single act shall not constitute abusive conduct unless especially severe and egregious. And then it goes on.
That's that I'm kind of getting to because it's still not clear to me. I guess, could you explain in your view how this conduct rises to the level of egregious and severe as opposed to some other rude, discourteous behavior?
Sure. The same code goes on to give you examples of what abusive conduct, bullying may be. So under subsection C, it says gestures such as nonverbal, threatening, or insulting movements or excessive staring. So that's one example. Then it also gives an example of abusive and offensive remarks. So again, this is a situation where you do have to use your common sense. What is egregious and what is severe? Again, Lieutenant Sanchez stated he would not want his daughter to be subjected to that conduct, that it was not appropriate in the workplace, and that's why he felt he had to step in and help Miss Frade, who again is 19 years old, and was at a loss for what to do. She was so surprised. She didn't know what to do. It wasn't just an everyday encounter. This was completely out of the ordinary, completely inappropriate, severe and egregious. And I would note that, you know, we wouldn't want anyone to be exposed to this type of conduct, particularly when they're representing the city of Monterey. If a city council member did something like this, it would be severe and egregious. If anybody working for the city of Monterey did something like this, it would be severe and egregious. So again, you have to use your common sense. Would you want somebody like this? Would you want to be exposed to somebody like this doing this type of conducting himself in this manner in the public during the work hours in a work uniform? I don't think that you would want that, to see that or be exposed to that. So it's not just a rude comment. It's the gesture combined with the comment, which is, again, is a lewd comment. And again, it was in front of two people who had no, they didn't deserve to be treated in this way. So again, you have to set the standard for the city of Monterey employees. And we don't want this to be the standard, that you can do something like this and expect to continue working for the city. So again, using your common sense.
Thank you very much. So Mr. Oh,
Sorry,
go
sorry.
ahead.
Could I
You want to
ask a
follow up?
follow-up to that, please?
Please do.
The subsection that you just read from in regards to the the examples of abusive conduct or bullying, I don't think necessarily speak directly to the severe and egregious question that was asked. And I think that I had the same question. And so I'm not sure if we could drill down a little bit more in regards to how you would define severe and egregious. Those examples seem to be fitting for defining abusive conduct or bullying for the overall statement, but not specifically to the single act that would raise to the level of severe or egregious.
Right, and your code does not define that. And when you read any statute, let's say any legal language that doesn't define something more explicitly, it can give you examples, and you're right, those are examples of bullying, harassment, etc. The code cannot tell you what is particularly severe and egregious, because you're expected to use, again, your common sense, your life experience, your background, your own assessment, as did the arbitrator and as did the city manager, and as you are all called upon to do. But I would remind you that in judging whether something is severe and egregious, not only do you have to use all of those tools that you all have as part of your experiences as people, but you also have to remember that the people who experienced it directly, who were subjected to this conduct directly, were offended. Lieutenant Sanchez felt that it was important enough that he should report it to Mr. Balthrup's supervisor, who is also present here tonight, and can speak to how Ms. Frade reacted. He spoke to her, and she was very, very upset about it. She was offended. She didn't know what to do. She had never experienced anything like this in the workplace. She's only 19 years old. So it was severe and egregious enough that Lieutenant Sanchez filed a written complaint and followed up and took the time to come to the arbitration to explain to the arbitrator why he felt it was so severe and egregious. And again, Ms. Frade was offended. She didn't know what to do. She had never experienced anything like this, is what she told Mr. Rose. And she didn't feel that it was appropriate. She didn't feel it was appropriate, and of course it wasn't appropriate. Nobody would find that this was appropriate in the workplace. Even Mr. Balthrop admits he shouldn't have said, he won't admit to the gesture, of course, because again, he continues to minimize his conduct, but he even admits he shouldn't have said that it was severe, and he shouldn't have said that, and it was egregious for him to do so. So even he admits that. So again, it's not rocket science, it's just common sense. You can look to the code to guide you, but again, you have to apply the code section, the language, your common sense and experience to the facts of this case. And again, you have to find that there was a just cause to terminate Mr. Balthrop based on all of this, and also based on his dishonesty. Don't forget that he was terminated not just for violating this one code section with the severe and egregious language that you're trying to apply here, but he was also terminated for all the other code sections and for dishonesty during the investigative process. So any one of these code sections that he violated are sufficient to justify his termination. This is just one that we're focusing on now, but there are several others that he violated as well. And again, the dishonesty is a particularly important one because Ms. Rennie, the Public Works Director, who's also present there tonight, found, and she testified at the arbitration hearing, she found that it was not, she thought that termination was the only appropriate discipline here because he's working in a secure military facility. This is a presidio. We need to have trustworthy individuals working there. He showed that he was not trustworthy based on the fact that he lied to the investigator. He lied to the arbitrator. He lied throughout this investigation and this whole process, and he lied to you here tonight. So she found that was sufficient as well. His dishonesty and his failure to take responsibility were sufficient to terminate him, along with all the other violations of the Monterey Code. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Yep, I'll pass back to Councilmember Hoffa.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Porter alleged that in his presentation that the city is basically supplanting progressive discipline with training, so that if someone's been trained in something, then and they violate in some way that training, that would preclude progressive discipline and would advance the incident to punitive discipline. Could you, Ms. Hurtado, could you speak to that? What is the city's position that progressive discipline was inappropriate in this case because he had received training?
No, that's not the city's position at all, and he's confusing the issues here. What we presented to the arbitrator is that he had training, sexual harassment training, multiple sexual harassment trainings through the course of his employment. The arbitrator considered that. Now, are we saying that anytime someone receives training and then commits some sort of offense, they should be terminated? No, but it goes to the context. It goes to the fact that he should have known better, yes, but also that progressive discipline would not have been effective in this situation. What more could have been done here? Give him another course? I think he did 6 or more courses in sexual harassment prevention. What would another course have done in this situation? That was the context for that, for presenting that evidence. And clearly, all of those trainings that he did had no effect and did not prevent the abusive behavior here. So it goes to part of the context for why she felt that termination was appropriate, along with all the other factors, the dishonesty, the failure to take responsibility, the severity and egregiousness of the conduct. All of those things go to her reasoning behind the termination.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hurtado, you mentioned that the accused could have gone to the people who witnessed his behavior and apologized. And I guess my question is, in what scenario would he have been able to do that? Had he gone to Ms. Frade to apologize, would that have been considered witness tampering or tampering with an investigation? Would that have been appropriate had he wanted to do that? Or could you present a scenario in which he might have properly gone to apologize?
Yeah, of course I can. So he says he's sorry. He's been saying that he's sorry for the comment, okay, not for the gesture, but for the comment. So he could have very easily contacted the city, gone through me, gone through Miss Davy, gone through the city manager. He could have written a letter of apology. He didn't have to contact her directly, of course, but he could have said, I really am sorry. I really regret doing this. And if that was a sincere apology, if I sincerely wanted to apologize to someone, I would find a way to convey that, not necessarily in person, but why not write a letter? Why not make some sort of genuine gesture of remorse and say, I'm really sorry that I did that. I'm really sorry that I put you in that position. I'm really sorry that I made you feel uncomfortable and harassed and made you feel that I was unprofessional. All of the things that he made her feel, and Lieutenant Sanchez, he could have written them a letter of apology, but instead he went on the offensive and just proceeded to call them liars. And to this day, he's calling them liars. That's not a sincere apology.
And speaking of the gesture, I guess how important in the city's determination that this conduct rose to the level of severe and egregious is the gesture itself as opposed to the comment? And kind of as a follow-up in your response, Mr. Porter claims that Mr. Sanchez could not have actually seen the gesture. It sounds like one of them would have had their back to the other. At least that's what he claimed. So if you could just speak to the gesture, how important it is in your determination and the city's determination of the finding, as well as, do you agree that Mr. Sanchez could not have actually seen the gesture?
So again, the conduct was the gesture and the comment. Okay, there two witnesses say it happened at the same time. Are they important that they were done at the same time? Is it important that they were done at the same time? Yes, it's still egregious whether or not you do the gesture or with the comment or just the comment. Both are egregious and severe. But what happened here is he did both. He did both, and that's what the two witnesses saw. Now, the arbitrator found that Lieutenant Sanchez was credible when he said that he saw the gesture and he heard the comment. That's what the arbitrator found. It's in her decision. And if Mr. Porter wants to argue that the arbitrator was in the best position to judge the facts, then that's what she found. It's under fact finding. It's on page, I can give you the page. It's under her fact finding. The fact that she found was that Lieutenant Sanchez was credible when he said he saw the gesture and the comment. So, and that's what the city manager relied on in finding that that's what happened. So I urge you not to separate the gesture and the comment because there's plenty of evidentiary record to show you that both happened despite Mr. Balthrup's denials. Both of those things happened. Ms. Frade saw it and heard it. Lieutenant Sanchez saw it and heard it. They have no reason to lie, none whatsoever. So clearly, Mr. Balthrup is the one who's being dishonest with you here tonight.
Okay, thank you. And then with respect to kind of the city's claims of misconduct, there were a couple that I guess I was a little unclear on. Namely, what would constitute in Mr. Balthrup's behavior and employment failure to perform duties or inefficiency and willful insubordination? I can understand that the comment is of a serious nature and is offensive, but what I'm not understanding is how that one comment would constitute failure to perform his duties, inefficiency, and willful insubordination, or is there more to the city's position? Thank you.
Yeah, and I think the arbitrator made no finding about those violations. And I can't tell you why, other than maybe oversight, or she was just not careful enough in her determination, or but she didn't make a finding, even though those evidence was presented to her about those violations. But the way that Mr. Balthrop was found to have violated this is because he was basically disagreeing with what the manager of the Subway restaurant was asking him to do. She was asking him not to walk through the rear door because Ms. Gant had told her not to allow people to walk through the back. So he is violating policies and procedures that he should have followed. He should have said, as an employee, he should have said, of course, I will go through the front, no problem, and gone through the front. But instead, he willfully chose to do what he wanted to do, and ignored valid requests from the manager of the Subway, Ms. Frade, as well as from Ms. Gant. And that's inexcusable neglect of duty. And it's a willful violation of rules, regulations, and policies. It's also willful disobedience and insubordination. He should have complied with that request, and he didn't do so. So that's the basis of those violations.
Okay, I understand that now. I guess I didn't think of her as his boss or somebody like that, but I guess I do understand the position now.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be his boss. That's not in the code.
Okay. I do have some questions for Mr. Porter, but do you want to maybe just, if you and the other councilman, what do you think, Mr. Mayor? Where do you want to go?
Yeah, why don't, I think you can keep going while,
Okay.
yeah.
So for Mr. Porter, I wonder if you could speak to the comment about Miss Frade having a tattoo, looking like a prisoner, and also just during the interview, the unwillingness for about an hour and 20 minutes to take responsibility for his inappropriate behavior of your client.
Right, absolutely. Mr. Balthrop, well, any employee that's brought in who has never been interviewed or interrogated before oftentimes feels nervous. A lot of times they're scatterbrained. A lot of times they're not articulating things, to my dismay, the way that they should probably be articulating things. Now, in this specific situation, he was harkening back to an incident that he thought was innocuous, that didn't stand out in his mind. He didn't understand at the time when the incident was unfolding that Miss Frade was offended, or that Mr. Sanchez was offended on Miss Frade's behalf or on behalf of his daughter, who wasn't there. But it's our position that Mr. Balthrop spoke just with his gut at that specific meeting. He was articulating, trying to justify how this incident that he has no recollection of could have occurred. Now, during the course of that interview, he articulated things and speculated as to things, but all those things are speculation. Him speculating about one thing or another is not testifying as to the facts of what happened. He's guessing. He's guessing what could have happened. He's guessing how somebody could have felt. He's guessing based on someone's appearance, how they might have felt. Now, are those things fair or good to do all the time? No. But in a situation when he's nervous, being interrogated by an individual who just articulated that depending on how he answers his questions, he could be terminated. He's scatterbrained in trying to grasp at what could have prompted this investigation. What incident could this be about? I don't remember the specific incident. Now, in the latter half of the interview, he did recall. He took a break. He spoke with his union representative. He went through the incident in his mind. He was refreshed and remembered what happened. And then afterwards, during the course of the same interview, he explained, I think I did say that. I remember that now. I remember making that comment. And afterwards, Mr. Rose, in the administrative record, shook his hand and said, thank you for being honest. So Mr. Rose articulated that Mr. Balthrop was being honest. And ultimately, his position is more accurately reflected tonight and during the evidentiary record made during the arbitration. When pressed about these issues by Mr. Hurtado on cross-examination, he didn't double down and say, yeah, she shouldn't have been offended. Yeah, I was right to make this comment. He took accountability. He regretted making the comment. He regretted coming up with those speculative thoughts. He articulated on the record that he was just speculating and guessing. And that's what those assertions were. Those are not reflective of any facts or of any held beliefs that Mr. Balthrop holds today.
Okay, and Mr. Porter, you heard Ms. Hurtado describe and define egregious and severe. I'd like to hear your definition of severe and egregious and your explanation of why this is rude, discourteous, offensive, but in your judgment, why does it not rise to the level of severe and egregious?
Absolutely. And one clarification I guess I want to make is the policy specifically says especially severe and egregious, not only severe and egregious, but especially severe and egregious. That indicates that by the intention of this policy as it was written, that it's not just supposed to be severe and egregious. There's several categories. There's abusive conduct, which it lists and describes what that entails. There's severe and egregious, and there's especially severe and egregious. Especially severe and egregious, I would think, and I would define it as conduct that is requiring the employee to be immediately suspended, immediately taken off the workforce. As shown in the administrative record here, Mr. Balthrop wasn't placed on administrative leave until some time after the investigation was conducted. The city knew what comments were made by Mr. Balthrop regarding Eiselgan, and the city did not place him on administrative leave, even though they interviewed him, even though they interviewed the witnesses. That is not consistent with the city holding today that this is especially severe and egregious. Severe and egregious conduct is unacceptable behavior that cannot be tolerated in the workplace. Something like racial slurs, something like some kind of abusive comment that is so egregious that the employee that the comment is made to, or the individual the comment's made to, has to go home, has to maybe take time off work. There's a number of different things, and I don't want to utter, because I think what is especially severe and egregious cannot be uttered in this room. I would feel uncomfortable give an example of something that's severe and egregious. Saying that someone could suck it, someone could kick rocks, someone could, shove it, something like that, that does not surmount something severe and egregious. The fact, and the arbitrator articulates this in the record, the fact that we are openly saying, Eisel can suck it, this person can suck it. We're having witnesses articulate it. We're having Mr. Balthrop apologize for that comment. That is indicative that this is not a severe and egregious comment that is, it's offensive. It could be humiliating. It could be intimidating. It could be threatening. Is it especially severe and egregious? Absolutely not.
And my last question has to do with an apology. And you heard.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but just to follow up on your question before we move on. Ms. Hurtado read a definition of severe and egregious from the policy. Is your understanding that that is not the definition of severe and egregious?
She says severe and egregious. The policy specifically says unless especially severe and egregious. And Ms. Hurtado she said that a definition for severe and egregious isn't within the policies, and that we need to use our common judgment and discretion to evaluate based on our life experiences what is severe and egregious. So my definition, I agree with her. The definition of severe and egregious, or especially severe and egregious, isn't outlined in the policy. And that's something that I think needs to be determined based on past practice and the way discipline has been issued amongst other employees. And those examples I said of racial slurs or other conduct that raises to a certain level, which has been recognized as unfitting necessarily for even our First Amendment rights, something that is horrific and upsetting to anybody who might listen, and unacceptable to have in the workplace, even for a single day further.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
And then my last question for you, Mr. Porter. So Ms. Hurtado said your client could have apologized, could have contacted her office to arrange that, could have written something. Why didn't your client apologize? And if you could speak to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So during the course of an administrative investigation and throughout the appeal process, generally, if there is allegations of harassment or abuse between a victim and an employee, receiving a letter that was passed off through multiple hands to that individual is normally not conducive to making the victim feel better. Now, should Mr. Balthrop have the opportunity to address these people in the workplace, in a place that's safe for them, in a place that's secure, a place where they are not maybe worried about some kind of comment being misconstrued or something along those lines. I have rarely seen employees go out of their way to write a letter and then give it to opposing counsel, especially if this is on an ongoing appeal with ongoing investigations. Sending an apology letter through that kind of roundabout system is uncommon and, as I said, generally not conducive to remedying the situation. Now, with that being said, if the city thinks that it would make the situation better, as Mr. Balthrop said, he'd be more than happy, more than willing to write letters, to meet with them in person, to give them a phone call, to do all these sorts of things and interact with them in some specific way, if the city gives approval and if this sort of conduct is going to be remedying the situation. Writing an apology letter is something that Mr. Balthrop is totally on board with. That is something that is appropriate in this specific situation. And maybe afterwards you could make a comment. One other thing, I guess, while we're talking about, and I hope this ties into your question, when we're talking about remedies in this specific situation, I want to address Ms. Hurtado specifically said that another course isn't going to fix Mr. Balthrop. He's already taken these courses. What are we going to do? Give him another course? No, suspend Mr. Balthrop. He's never been suspended. Saying that because a course may not help, we must terminate him when we have other disciplinary measures at our disposal doesn't make any sense. The argument, I guess I'll leave it at that. And I hope that I answered your question, though, about Mr. Balthrop contacting the two witnesses and victims of his comment.
Thank you. I did actually have one question for our attorney.
Please.
So Thais, I understand that the recommendation of the, I can't remember the title, the arbiter was a 3-day suspension. The city manager is recommending termination. Does the city council have any discretion on any kind of discipline between those two points, or are we today kind of deciding one or the other?
So today's decision that you will make in closed session and will report out will be just a uphold or deny the city manager's decision. And in your written decision, which will be due to the parties within 10 working days, you can make further findings. It'll be along the lines of what the arbitrator decided. So first, what the facts are. Second, if there was just cause for discipline, and third, if not, if there was just cause for termination, and third, if not, what level of discipline is appropriate.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Barber.
All right. Thank you so much. So a lot of my questions have been asked already. So thank you, Alan, for that. But I also had a few more questions I noticed that the final notice of disciplinary action was on November 7th, 2023. When was the first notice?
Are you asking about the notice of intent to terminate or?
Yes, yes, because the notice of disciplinary action termination was for November 7th, 2023. And under it, for rules and regulations violations, it says this final notice of disciplinary action. And I was curious as to when was the original or first action in this process?
I'm looking in my file here. So
If I could speak, it looks like October 13th of 2023. That's when Mr. Balthrop was sent the notice of proposed discipline.
Okay.
From Mr.
and yeah, and then also on that day, he received a notice of that he was being placed on administrative leave.
Okay, so that was the first notice was October 13th, 2023, and he was put on administrative leave. And then November 7th, 2023, he had the final notice of termination, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. My next question was, I guess I'll go to Mr. Porter on this one. Mr. Porter had said something about the city manager having some sort of pattern, he may not use that exact word, of pushing people out who were near retirement. What evidence did you have of that?
I'm sorry, council member, we've stricken that from the council.
Oh, that was stricken? Okay, okay.
It wasn't part of the original evidentiary record.
Oh, okay, okay, thank you.
And I would add that it was very inappropriate because Mr. Porter is aware that he shouldn't present anything outside the evidentiary record.
Okay, thank you. And then the last evaluation was done in 2015. Was there a reason why there was not any other evaluations done after 2015?
I would ask Ms. Rennie to speak to that. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Is
We'll have her come up during public comment and she can add that to her comment.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, if you will, please. Thank you. Then I had a question, just for clarification purposes. The arbitration that we talked about, was that just for determining the honesty issue or the actual act?
Both. Both. So there's multiple violations of Monterey City Code, including being dishonest during the investigative interview when he had already been advised that he should be truthful with Mr. Rose before he spoke to him. So it was for dishonesty during the investigation and also for the conduct itself. And there were multiple code sections that were violated by the conduct.
Right, those were questions that I had before, but I believe Council Member Hoffa asked those questions, which I was going to ask about addressing the other ones, but you already answered that question. And then, let's see, I think I had one last question for Mr. Porter. You made a comment that this was an offhanded comment on a middle school playground. Was that put in a context that you feel that this is a very light subject that we're dealing with?
No. That has nothing. So by saying this is an offhanded comment that one might hear at a school for children or something along those lines, in the evidentiary record regarding the Skelly hearing, Mr. Herron represented Mr. Balthrop at that stage, and there was discussion about saying "suck it" being a common phrase or catchphrase from a wrestling move or from the Wrestling Federation. Now, we're not minimizing or saying that Ms. Frade should not have been offended, or that Mr. Sanchez should not have been offended on Ms. Frade's behalf or on behalf of his not wanting that comment to be made to his daughter. But what I'm articulating is that while the comment might be intimidating or humiliating in certain contexts, that does not rise to the level of being severe and egregious, especially severe and egregious. You would not hear severe and egregious comments being made at a schoolyard unless, in my opinion, those students would have consequences of being suspended or something along those lines. But what I'm articulating is that I want City Council to acknowledge and understand the full context of what's being said here. This is not a racial slur. This is an offhanded comment, which equates to not some kind of request for sexual favors or anything like that, but it equates more to, this person can shove it, or they can kick rocks, or, something along those lines. That's the intent. That's the tone. Socially, that's how that phrase is generally used. And that's what I was trying to articulate with that comment.
Okay, I have no more questions at this time.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes, thank you. While it's fresh, I want to address the comment we just heard from Garrett Porter, trying to evaluate the meaning of especially egregious or egregious. The analogy that you use of a student conduct on the playground, I'd like to probe that a bit, because we're not dealing with a student, we're dealing with a grown man, 24-year experience in city employment, used to working with vendors, the public, coworkers, and a chain of custody. So the analogy, it just doesn't resonate with me if you're trying to explain the difference between what this allegation and conduct is, that your client now admits that he does remember, with the exception of the hand gesture to the groin. So whether it's especially or whether it's egregious, how could you describe that conduct in a level that's not egregious in your mind? Where is that conduct aligning with words, and where does it align to the city code that specifically has language that prohibits that conduct? So if it's not egregious, what is it?
Right. Well, I think what I would say is, looking at the specific city code here, discussing abusive conduct and bullying, it describes Mr. Balthrop's conduct prior to discussing severe and egregious. It says humiliating or threatening or intimidating. Ms. Frade, who was the person who heard and the comment was directed to, even though it was about Miss Gann, said that she felt embarrassed, which is pretty synonymous with humiliating or being humiliated. So Mr. Balthrop recognizes that this conduct does fall into that category. Now, whether or not the conduct falls under the category of being especially severe and especially egregious, in this situation, the burden of proof lies with the city as far as proving that that is what it surmounts to. And I would go one step further to say that if we are having concerns about the meaning of what is especially severe, what is especially egregious, then it is obscured in the policy. And therefore, it's unfair to all of a sudden say Mr. Balthrop's conduct in this situation rises to this level, even though it's not clear what that level is. So that's one consideration. And I just do want to respond to your comment about my referencing some comment that might be heard at a school playground or at a high school or something along those lines. It is true. Mr. Balthrop is an adult. He's a professional. He deals with many different vendors, many different other employees, many important people with the city in his line of work. And whether or not his comment is especially severe or especially egregious, we should look at the actual conduct and the actual comment itself. Now, like I said, if this is something you might expect a teenager to say to one of his friends, I think in that specific situation, what I'm trying to say is this is a phrase that's commonly used and people aren't being arrested for saying it. They're not being taken in saying, hey, this is a hate crime. This is some kind of unforgivable, especially severe comment. This is a comment that is, like you said, it could be childish. This could be a childish comment that was made. It could be immature. It could be embarrassing. It's embarrassing for Mr. Balthrop. It was embarrassing for Ms. Frade. Is it especially severe and egregious? No, it was not. That's not clearly defined in the policy, but the flip side of that is if saying this person can suck it is severe and egregious, what comment isn't severe and egregious that would still merit discipline and correction? I have a hard time thinking of a whole lot of different comments that would surmount to being threatening, intimidating, humiliating, gratuitous sabotage, or undermining of a person's work that is less than this person can suck it. And like I said, there's multiple categories here. It's not just threatening, humiliating. There's severe and egregious, and there's especially severe and egregious. So it's our position and the union's position that Mr. Balthrop's conduct falls under that first category of being abusive conduct, but not rising to those levels. And it's the city and the investigator, the moving party, so to speak, looking to impose discipline to prove that that's the case. But I do hope that I was able to answer your question, and that's my understanding of how these definitions work in our position as far as how they should be used and taken into account today.
Well, thank you for your comments. Next question I want to direct to Ms. Hurtado. Along the lines of looking at the substantiated violations listed in Investigator Rose in his report, he also outlines compelling evidence based on witnesses and ultimately partial agreement by Mr. Balthrop that there was substantial evidence of dishonesty. And Ms. Hurtado, you probably could refer us back, and I just want to make sure I'm looking at the appropriate city code, and it's listed under reasons for discipline, and it's 14.02, where it outlines for dishonesty involving employment. And it also lists subset O, discourteous treatment of the public or other employees within the scope of employment. Are those the two right sections that apply when we're talking about the substantiated evidence reported by Mr. Rose?
Yes, those are the correct code sections. And also just to go to your previous question about what authority you have regarding the discipline that the city manager imposed. The section is 25-14 subsection F, which allows you to affirm the city manager's action, reverse it, or modify it. So just wanted to clarify that. But of course, we're urging you to affirm the city manager's determination.
Great, thank you. So I want to go back to the ongoing discussion of whether it's especially. So is it true that we are looking at both of those sections of 25-1402 honesty, as well as chapter 25 3.02, which is under the heading of satisfactory performance? We're looking at both of those as possible evidence for findings, correct?
Correct.
And is it possible that we could also apply a standard as we interpret the code that those two put together could merit or rise to a level of significance that would merit an affirmation that this employee should be terminated when looking at both of those.
Yeah, of course. And I think that's the point we've been trying to make is that Mr. Porter's trying to focus you on a single word, egregious or especially or any of those things. But the reality is that this conduct violated multiple city codes, and that has been documented from the very beginning of Ms. Rennie's notices to Mr. Balthrop about the discipline and the investigation. And that's been explained in all of the documentation so far. And so it's a combination of all of those violations of multiple city codes that you need to consider in determining that termination was appropriate here.
Thank you. So I want to go back to Garrett Porter and ask you to hone in a little bit on your representation of your client. As regarding the conversation with the investigator Rose, and at the point when he felt that something either motivated him to be truthful or that put facts together in his head where he was capable of then giving a more clear picture, that then he admitted that he made that statement, but still declined that there was a gesture to his groin. So how do you explain the significant recall of the time period, the who was there, the back door, flickering lights, rainy day, wet floor, the heated discussion by evidence that's in the report from Mr. Rose, that the manager of Subway and Mr. Balthrop had a heated exchange, also admitted by your client that it was a heated exchange, to great depth and recall, but yet the discussion of the heated argument seemed to only be in your client's mind, that he had entered in the back door and was not supposed to. But none of the other facts of what he allegedly did to express and display in front of a victim and witness were present in his mind to be stated in front of Mr. Rose when asked. Can you explain how he can recall all of those facts, but yet can't recall the central point of why people were offended?
Right. Well, so Mr. Balthrop's initial interview with Mr. Rose was fairly long. Now, as to the nuances of why an individual might recall and remember specific things when under stress or under pressure, I can't articulate on all those things, and I'd probably need an expert with memory and recall to come in and articulate about some of those things. But based on what Mr. Balthrop articulates today, based on what he remembers, is that during the first half of his interview with Mr. Rose, he could not remember the incident. And based on the questions Mr. Rose asks, it prompts different ideas in his mind. Some of those ideas were memories of specific aspects or portions of the day or of his interaction. And some of those other questions might have prompted him to be more, like I said before, grasping or speculating as to what is going on in the specific situation. Now, when talking about Mr. Rose's interview with Mr. Balthrop, I do want to highlight perhaps some of the tactics, or at least the interpretation of Mr. Balthrop's response that Mr. Rose documents in his report. Mr. Rose is the one who suggests, perhaps you'd like to take a break. You and Mr. Heron, your union representative, perhaps you'd like to take a break. Mr. Balthrop agrees to take a break. He discusses with his union representative, he recalls, recounts what happened that day, comes back, and then articulates what he remembers. I do remember making the comment. I don't remember making a gesture. I can affirm and articulate those things. However, Mr. Rose in his report uses his offer to take a break against him. You only remembered after I told you to take a break. Therefore, you're being dishonest. That's an unfair investigation technique. Giving someone an offer saying, hey, why don't you're having trouble remembering? I can see you're having difficulty remembering. You're not able to answer the questions fully. And it seems like you're frustrated and maybe being flustered in different ways. Take a break. Takes a break, recalls. It works. He's able to remember and recall parts of the incident. Comes back, articulates, affirms, falls on the sword, so to speak. Explains, yep, I made this comment. Yep, that looks like it falls under this policy violation. I mean, he doesn't say that. That's the city and investigator's job to make that determination. And now, or then afterwards, Mr. Rose says, since you only remembered after I offered you to take a break, you must be lying. Let me shake your hand and thank you for being honest with me. You had several different parts to your question. I focused on just one aspect of it. And I do want to articulate that and just correct Mr. Tado says that Mr. Balthrop is lying today. He lied during the arbitration. There's no evidence that he was lying. There is evidence. What there is evidence of is one witness said, I saw Mr. Balthrop motion to his groin when he made this comment. That's what Mr. Sanchez, Lieutenant Sanchez, articulated. Ms. Frade said, I don't remember him motioning to his groin. I do know that he motioned to his knee. Mr. Balthrop articulates, I don't remember making that motion or that gesture, but I do know that I commonly slap my knee or motion to my knee. Yeah. Now, based on the city's arguments that 2 against 1, 2 wins, Mr. Balthrop's comment in recollection is more consistent with Ms. Frade. Mr. Sanchez's comment, which although the arbitrator held that he was credible, is inconsistent with Ms. Frade's comment. Mr. Rose, when he was cross-examined by me, admitted that these 2 witnesses were inconsistent. Their articulation was inconsistent with each other, and ultimately, Ms. Frade's recollection was more in line with Mr. Balthrop's recollection. Therefore, the dishonesty allegation should not be sustained here.
So I want to go back to Ms. Hurtado, and this part's really important for me to understand. A question was asked earlier about the notice by Dr. Barber, the notice of discipline, the Skelly. I'd like to know the timeline from the reported time in January to the next action by city employee. And I understand that there were several steps, and I need to know the timeline. The first contact with Mr. Balthrop from a city supervisor, and then I understand the date of when Mr. Rose was retained. And then I know several months later there was Skelly. So if you could help me with the timeline a little bit,
Sure.
from the first point of contact that got us to the Skelly.
Sure. So the incident, of course, was in December of 2022. It was reported to Mr. Dwight, Lieutenant Sanchez reported it to Mr. Dwight, who was Mr. Balthrop's supervisor on January 19th, 2023. And then there was a notice of investigation and request to schedule investigative interview on February 21st, 2023. And then Mr. Rose interviewed Mr. Balthrop on March 6th, 2023. Do you need a breakdown between December and January? Is that what you're asking?
No, I think I'm good there. So the question I have for follow-up on the timeline is when Mr. Balthrop's supervisor received the letter from the lieutenant and Palm, did our supervisor from the city interview the subway employee, the manager?
Yes, I believe Mr. Dwight spoke directly to Ms. Frade, and like I said, he is there today and is prepared to provide public comment.
Yeah, the only question I would have is the time period after the letter relationship to the December offense date. So one more marker in terms of what he was told by the subway manager. So I do want to hear that from Mr. Dwight. So one more little area I need to probe. No, that's it for now. I want to ask a few more questions, Mr. Dwight and Mr. Usler when he's on the stand. Thank you. Or no, not stand. I mean,
They're just going to be providing public comments. So you might want to put your questions out now so that when because they're just going to be providing public comment.
Okay, good. So they can address that. What I'd like to hear Mr. Dwight address is a general summary of what he heard from the victim at Subway in terms of where did that interview take place? Did she recall the gestures of the arms or the hands to the groin? And did she affirm the verbal statement of you can tell her, and I won't use her name, that she can suck it. So I'd like a summary of that interview with the victim. And also I know the letter went to the same city employee. And was that lieutenant from Palm with a telephonic interview or an in-person interview?
Okay. Alrighty. So are you good for now?
I'm good on questions.
Okay. So a lot of my questions have been asked already too. So I appreciate my colleagues for taking this seriously and asking the questions. I'm gonna ask a few questions and then I'll describe something here in a second with a list of questions that I have. The first is would Arcelia, would you consider when we are determining preponderance of evidence that would mean greater than 50%?
Right. Preponderance of the evidence is anything, even a hair above 50%. So more likely than not. It doesn't have to be a certain amount above 50%, but it's just more likely than not. It's pretty simple. It could be, a hair above 50% that it happened.
Thank you. And then Garrett, what evidence, so you spoke earlier to the city manager using evidence that he wasn't supposed to use. Could you clarify that, please?
Yes. Yeah, sorry. And let me bring up, I believe it's on. Let's see. So what I was specifically referencing was Mr. Balthrop relying on the language about the two witnesses, and this goes back to Councilmember Smith's comment or question or concern about what Ms. Frade articulated and what Ms. Frade recalled in Mr. Uslar's report. The evidence that was ignored or that was referring more back to Mr. Rose's investigation, which was contradicted and refuted during the arbitration, was the inconsistency between those two witnesses, Mr. Sanchez and Ms. Frade. Their testimonies, according to the interview that was conducted by Mr. Rose or whoever conducted those interviews, those recorded transcribed reports contradicted each other in those specific ways as to the gesture. And now Mr. Uslar's report relied on Mr. Rose's initial investigation report, which he then admitted was not accurate during his arbitration, and that these two witnesses were actually not entirely consistent.
And could you describe what the inconsistency was in the reported gestures?
Yes. Yeah. So, and it should be in the transcript. I apologize. I don't have the transcript all marked in front of me now, but it's specifically when Lieutenant Sanchez articulates, he made a clear gesture. I think he called it a T-pose or some kind of specific pose that's very clear, gesturing to his genitals. Miss Frade articulates that he made some motion towards his knee or towards his leg, towards his lower body. Those are two very different things. A person flinging their arm towards their right arm, maybe exasperated, maybe, just smacking his leg for some reason, is very different than making a gesture towards a person's genitals. And that distinguishing thing was articulated and put on the record during the arbitration. And that's a very important and critical discernment, because the city's position up to this point has been leaning on the fact that Mr. Balthrop is dishonest because of his position or recollection of the gesture. So a lot hangs on whether or not he did the gesture or not. If he didn't do the gesture and Mr. Sanchez remembers not accurately, and Miss Frade and Mr. Balthrop do remember accurately, Mr. Balthrop is honest. Mr. Balthrop's comments are consistent. So it's very critical and important to highlight that distinction.
Okay. And then, please.
If I may I respond to that?
Hold on 1 second, Arcelia. Our attorney has thoughts, and then I'll let you jump in.
Yes, thank you. I'm wondering if you could point us to where you see that Leslie Frade said that she only saw Mr. Balthrop point to his knee, because in the investigation report, she describes it the gesture pretty thoroughly, and not just as pointing to his knee.
I think and correct me if I'm wrong, I think the language she uses is lower body.
If I could, and Arceli, you might have more.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to say that the arbitrator on page 8 of her decision made a finding of fact.
Is there a way that you could give us a page? I don't know what the AR stands for, but a package page. Oh, administrative record. Is there an administrative record page number that you can provide us?
I will look for it, but in the meantime, I will give you the site to the arbitrator's decision, which is page 8. And her finding of fact number 16 is, quote, Lieutenant Sanchez and Miss Frade told Mr. Rose that Mr. Balthrop said, ISIL can suck it, and gestured toward his groin. That's what the arbitrator found. So Mr. Porter's trying to confuse you here in terms of the facts that the arbitrator found and that the city manager relied on in making his decision. And yes, I will find that site for you. But regardless of, what he's trying to muddy the record here, the record and the arbitrator clearly found that both witnesses told Mr. Rose the same thing. And it doesn't matter whether you gestured toward your knee or toward your groin. He's making this comment. He's clearly intending to gesture toward his genitals as he's saying it, because in the context of it, that's what he's referring to, right? And that's why it was offensive and egregious. So I just want to urge you not to be confused by what Mr. Porter is arguing, because it's completely not based on the record at all.
Yeah, the page reference is AR 595 or PDF page 596.
Garrett, if you could find your site as well.
Yeah, and I also just want to respond to Ms. Hurtado. She didn't reference the footnote that is referenced in fact number 16, which articulates that in this case, the finding of fact, that is Mr. Rose, heard these allegations in the course of his investigation, not that these allegations are true.
You were right, but you were arguing that
that
they weren't consistent, but they were consistent in what they told Mr. Rose. That's my only point. And the arbitrator noted that in her findings of fact, that they were consistent, and also that Lieutenant Sanchez alone was credible when he described the gesture and the comment. So that's the facts.
The footnote specifically says that this is what Mr. Rose heard during the course of his investigations. Now, I think there's a distinction between what these individuals specifically said and what Mr. Rose specifically heard. During the course of the arbitration, Mr. Rose consistently summarized what these witnesses articulated and admitted that he would need to reference his specific records themselves, and he couldn't recall. But what I'm specifically trying to get at here is that although the fact 16 says that Mr. Balthrop gestured towards his groin, according to Ms. Freyd and Mr. Lieutenant Sanchez, the footnote specifically says this is what, according to Mr. Rose, he heard, which is different than whether or not they actually happened or whether it's, those allegations were true.
So Garrett, again, could I ask you to find the site to where you're saying Ms. Freyd made the comment that it was only a gesture to his knee? I think that's an important.
Yeah, and I want to, I guess, clarify that. My recollection is that she said he gestured towards his lower body, and I misspoke when I said his knee specifically. So I can't find in the record where it says she said he motioned to his knee, but said his lower body.
If you could find that, and I can run through the rest of my questions that aren't necessarily for you. And once you find that, feel free to just give us a heads up. Some of these might be more general for staff to provide in their response. So I'll go ahead and ask them. And if somebody has a response to them, please feel free to jump in. Otherwise, maybe just take note of it and hopefully you'll have a chance to respond in your public comment. So the first is, would an employee be put on a performance plan if there were performance issues? I know that in the past, and my understanding now is that all employees should be on annual performance plans. But in the past, that wasn't always the case. I understand that if an employee met their full step, that they no longer were required, management was no longer required to put them on a performance plan. So it seems like there was not consistent performance plans offered to Mr. Balthrop. And I'm assuming that's because there was no issues with his performance. But if there, I guess it's a general question. If there are issues with an employee's performance, if there's a record of not issuing them a performance plan, would we put them on a performance plan to address that performance deficiency or that performance issue? So that's just a kind of a general question that I have for staff. And then the next few, the rest of my questions. So just as a way to set the table here, I do labor and employee relations for my day job, and I'm not trying to use that as a lens, if you will, but I kind of do because this is what I do for my job. And with the federal government, we have what's called Douglas factors, which are factors that we look through to determine, we make sure that management is looking with a wide aperture at all the circumstances that might impact the level and type of discipline. So these questions kind of come from that. And it's not me alluding to a certain position. It's just trying to make sure that we're answering all the questions. So I'm going to throw these out and hopefully management can capture these as I'm tossing some of these questions out, and I would appreciate hearing their feedback. Clarification on whether Mr. Balthrop's position is a frontline position. Did he have anybody reporting to him? Was it a supervisorial position or a lead position in any way? I want to make Hans. I'll wait for Hans.
Yeah,
I'll just wait a second. I just want to make sure you guys don't miss any of this. Outside of this incident, is the employee is he normally able to get along with others? Is he dependable in the performance of his duties? if Mr. Balthrop returned to work, how does management feel about his ability to be able to perform his assigned duties? Have there been other cases where an employee was removed for similar misconduct? What's the range of penalties in this scenario according to the city code? So I hear that it can go up to removal, but what's the lowest level of discipline? I just maybe getting an understanding of what that range of discipline looks like might be helpful. What is the agency's thought on Mr. Balthrop's ability to be rehabilitated? I think I kind of heard a little bit of that response, but I'm interested in management's perspective on that. And then, are there any mitigating circumstances? And opposing counsel can feel free to answer that question as well. Were there personal problems going on at the time, extra stress in the employee's life that may have caused the employee to maybe perform or behave in a way that wouldn't be considered normal? So those are just a few questions that I throw out to both councils and offer the opportunity to answer them how you see fit, and also to staff when staff responds in public comment. Or say that maybe I'll check in with you first, because I know that Garrett is kind of searching here. Did you have any thoughts on any of those questions that I asked?
I do. I'm just mindful that we need to stick to the record, and with all due respect to your labor and employment experience, I think that the MOU is very clear that we have to stick to the administrative record. So I just hesitate to put all this information forth, given that that's clearly what the MOU says, that we're supposed to stick to the administrative record. And I urge us to do that because that is what the MOU says, and that's what that's the rules we've been operating under. So I just want to remind us of that.
I guess, Thais, if I ask questions to try to obtain additional information, is it permissive to be able to receive some additional details here?
Yeah, I think it's appropriate to ask the attorneys their perspective on these questions. I would refrain from, having the public comments be specific to the council members and mayor's questions, because it's only a 3-minute public comment, and they might
A lot of information.
Yeah, right. So as far as the attorneys are able to respond to the questions with only evidence that has been put forth in the administrative record, I think it's appropriate for you to receive answers to those questions.
Okay.
So what I can say then is that his position was not a supervisorial position. It was not. And what is in the record and what the arbitrator or what the city manager found is that there was no mitigation for this conduct. The only mitigation that was offered was that, again, that he didn't remember when he was asked about his conduct, that he's been an employee for a very long time, and that he is sorry, that he has remorse now, and also that his last performance review over almost 10 years ago was satisfactory, and that he's received awards. Now, the awards and the performance review, the arbitrator found were not relevant. What was relevant is to focus on his conduct, again, what he did here. And the city manager found that none of that was mitigating in any event, given the seriousness and egregiousness of the conduct as well as his dishonesty. So that's what I can say about the lack of mitigating circumstances. Regarding his ability to get along, there is evidence in the record that he had a lot of conflict with people at the Presidio. He had an idea or a sense that people were after him, and so he had a lot of conflict with all of the security guards at the Presidio. So in terms of your question about his ability to get along with others, I would say that it was abysmal based on what's in the record.
Could you help us point to a reference regarding?
Sure. It's in Mr. Rose's report. So what happened is that as soon as Mr. Balthrop was called in for an interview with Mr. Rose, where again, he was represented by the union, by a union representative who was with him, he immediately went on the offensive and started coming up with reasons why a security guard might make things up about him that didn't happen. So that was his plan of attack. Was he was going to say, all of the security guards at the Presidio are after me. That's why this one particular security guard is making things up. First of all, it was a different security guard. He never had any conflict with Lieutenant Sanchez. So just to be clear, he thought the person who reported his conduct to Mr. Dwight was a different security guard. So he started saying how all of the security guards were after him and they were harassing him, et cetera, et cetera. The security guards also filed a complaint against Mr. Balthrop for various different reasons. Mr. Rose did not investigate those complaints because he found that they were peripheral to the main allegation, the main complaint here against Mr. Balthrop. So he didn't explore any of that and just kind of set it aside. And also because it was completely incredible that what Mr. Balthrop was telling Mr. Rose was that everybody had a conspiracy against him and would lie to get him in trouble. He had theories that Lieutenant Sanchez had a crush on Miss Frey, that he liked her, and that's why he was it made no sense whatsoever. So that's why we didn't go into any of that. Mr. Rose didn't consider any of that. It's a footnote in his report. But the only thing I will say is it's in the record that he was having a lot of conflicts with the security guards. So you asked about his ability to get along. Clearly, he was not able to get along with the security guards. Also, Ms. Frey said in her testimony about this, in her statement about this, she said that that he would often come in and leer at the other women that were working there at the subway. So again, this is not a picture of someone who's able to get along in a professional manner with people that he's working with. And I think those are the only factors that you asked for information on that I can comment on based on the record.
Okay, and just to clarify, the comments that the statement that you made in regards to his conflict with the security guards was just based off of his comments in the interview.
His comments during the interview, and then one of the security guards actually filed a complaint against Mr. Balthrop for various things that they were having conflict about, including Mr. Balthrop not showing proper ID when he came onto the base, flashing his bright lights at the security guard station when he would drive up, playing really loud music, basically not following rules and regulations. But again, those were not complaints that Mr. Rose investigated, but he noted that there was this complaint against Mr. Balthrop.
I do want to note and kind of respond that none of those complaints or issues were in the notice of proposed discipline or the notice of final discipline. So I want to articulate that leaning on some of those alleged complaints or issues would be a violation of Mr. Balthrop's Skelly rights, not having the opportunity to appeal or address those specific issues that the city might lean on in order to impose discipline. So I do want to speak to some of the mitigating factors that are outlined in the evidentiary record. During the arbitration, Mr. Balthrop did explain and testify as to some of the mitigating factors and some of the nuances as to why he was under stress during this time. It's true that the arbitrator didn't lean on those mitigating factors when she came up with the determination that a 3-day suspension was appropriate and a termination was inappropriate. But I want to go over some of those mitigating factors right now. Leading up to the incident, the city had been short 2 electricians for 2 years who were supposed to work with and assist Mr. Balthrop. Additionally, Mr. Balthrop was the only licensed certified electrician, or he was the only certified electrician between the 2 electricians that the city had. So Mr. Balthrop was very overworked, very stressed, working on lots of different things, overseeing lots of different electrician projects. He had been working, well, like I said, Mr. Balthrop specifically articulated that he and the other electrician continuously asked for additional staffing in order to alleviate the fact that they had been doing the work of 4 electricians for over 2 years. Mr. Balthrop testified that the stress of doing the work of multiple electricians, his lack of sleep due to having sleep apnea, as he testified, and the perception of being under investigation, having his job hanging in the balance. That would be afterwards when he's being interviewed. But these different aspects of being understaffed, which is understandable, the city is looking to fully be staffed, perform the work, and we understand and appreciate that. But it does make sense that due to the staffing issues, this would cause additional stress. As Mr. Balthrop testified, he was out of character when he said that this person can suck it. This is out of line with how he holds himself, how he's carried himself in this career for 23 years. Due to his stress, lack of sleep, not thinking straight, maybe just saying things without thinking, he made this offhanded comment. And it's important to consider these mitigating factors. Those are, like I said, in the evidentiary record, and those are important, not justification, not excusing this matter, not making it okay, but showing that this isn't part of who he is normally. He explained today, this isn't part of who I am. I don't normally make these comments. That's evident from his entire career here. And these different considerations we just want to impress upon you and for you to take into account before you make a decision. I know, Mayor, you had a number of other questions, and I apologize if, just focusing on that one. Was there other specific questions you had in mind?
No, I think you answered them. I'm not sure if you were able to find a reference towards the gesture situation.
I apologize. I don't have the entire administrative record in front of me here, but I am looking specifically at Mr. Rose's transcript of Ms. Freyd's report or interview. One thing I also do want to note is Ms. Freyd didn't testify at the arbitration, and I don't want to make any assumptions about whether or not a witness is called to testify. That's their prerogative and the city's prerogative. However, the record itself and the transcript itself would be considered administrative hearsay or something that the union or Mr. Balthrop and myself aren't able to cross-examine them. Ms. Freyd never came and explained what she saw, what she heard, her position, her feelings. We're forced to rely on Mr. Rose's recollection and impressions of Ms. Freyd. But I do have, I believe it's and I apologize, I don't have the exact page, but according to Mr. Rose's transcript of his interview with Miss Frade, and I believe this is the city's exhibit. This is at the timestamp 8 minutes and 25 seconds into Ms. Frade's interview. She specifically says he made this gesture with his body. And that's what she specifically says. She doesn't.
Can you give us the point in time of that interview in the transcript? again?
Yeah, so it's at 8 minutes and 25 seconds into the interview. And I believe what I'm looking at and referencing here was during the arbitration. It's exhibit C7, which is Leslie Frade audio interview and transcript. That's the articulation of Ms. Frade's account of what motion Mr. Balthrop made. And I would have you say that I would like to note that Mr. Rose didn't see the incident himself. He didn't witness that. He doesn't know what was specifically going on in Ms. Frade's mind. And like I said, the union didn't have an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Frade. Therefore, the city is forced to rely on Mr. Rose's account and recollection, and Ms. Frade's transcript could be used as evidence insofar as it supports and coincides with what Mr. Rose testified about and was cross-examined on.
Can you read the quote again?
Yes, and I apologize again for the kind of haphazard.
Mr. Porter, in the administrative record, I know you're referencing City Exhibit 7, but in the administrative record that the council has received, Exhibit 7 is the arbitrator's finding of facts and recommendations.
So it would be the city's Exhibit 7 rather than, I believe, that's at least what I was sent by the city. I just want to.
The council has only received the administrative record and not the city or union exhibits that were presented during arbitration.
Okay, well, then let me get to the specific reference.
Okay.
How about we go to public comment and then give you a little bit more time to try to see if you can find that, and we'll loop back around with you when we come back.
Perfect.
Thank you. All right, let's take it out for public comment. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 5 in the chamber. And we'll check online. So I'll do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and there's nobody online. So let's go ahead and start in the chamber.
I'm sorry, Mayor, could I just make a quick comment before we start with public comments?
Please.
So we might receive some extra record evidence through public comment, and to the extent those go beyond the evidentiary record, the council cannot take those into consideration in making its decision. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you. Please.
Hi.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Porter, Mr. Balthrop was allowed to speak under the stipulated oral argument agreement between the city and the appellant. I think an additional comment from Mr. Balthrop would violate that agreement.
Well, just respond really quick. What Mr. Balthrop articulated is on the evidentiary record as far as his work history, the awards, his evaluations.
The city and the appellant agreed to 30 minutes each of oral argument, and we've already gone beyond that. So I don't think that we can take any more further oral argument from Mr. Balthrop under the stipulated agreement.
That's fine.
Okay.
We'll move on to the next public comment too.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Heron. I'm the union representative for the general employees of Monterey and for Mr. Balthrop. You know, we've had a lot of discussion back and forth tonight about trying to define severe and egregious to trying to define, whether he was dishonest or not. And what the union is asking the city council to do tonight is to merely uphold the decision of a professional, neutral, mutually selected arbitrator from the outside. You know, this is and that he was not dishonest. And what we're asking the city council to do is to affirm that decision. I can tell you that if the city council does not, I believe it would have an extremely negative impact on the overall morale of the city workforce. It would send a message that a neutral professional outside hearing officer is merely disregarded and that her opinion does not matter, and that the city manager can merely take that process and crumple it up and throw it away and disregard that opinion. And, you know, it's a really important decision that you all have here to make, and I respect that and honor that. But I want you to take into account the weight of that, because I do believe it would have a substantial negative morale impact on the overall city workforce should the council choose to uphold the city manager's decision to disregard the professional hearing officer's opinion. Sorry, that's 1 minute left. You know, I can tell you from my standpoint, what is severe and egregious is for the city manager to take that opinion and just completely disregard it. To me, that's unacceptable. And to me, that doesn't uphold the values that this city council wants to demonstrate and wants to uphold throughout the city workforce. The message that sends to the city workforce is that it's my decision to make, and I'm going to disregard what the professionals say and what the union says. You know, it demonstrates a lack of respect for labor, a lack of respect for professional hearing officers who, has decades of experience in cases like this. And, I strongly hope that you will consider adopting what this professional hearing officer has recommended. So thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Williamson. My name is Chris Dwight. I am the General Services Superintendent for the City of Monterey. I am Jared's immediate manager. That is the division head for the position that he was in. So I'll go through a quick timeline of events just to kind of give you my perspective, as I had firsthand interactions with several of the individuals named in this, to give you a bit of my perspective when I initially investigated this. It was on January 19th. Sergeant Sanchez emailed me with these claims, with the statement that I believe is in record or quoted. I immediately understood the severity of this situation and spoke with him to understand what had happened, what had transpired, where he articulated to me that he felt obviously it was severe and egregious, obviously to take the steps that he did in order to write the email to document what he had experienced. I immediately then went and sought out Ms. Fraid in order to corroborate the email that he had sent me in order to see what her experience was and what actions I had to take for responsibility over the division. I went to the subway. I made sure we were in a safe, secure environment. There was nobody around. I asked if she was able to be pulled aside in order to talk about the incident that I had documented and sent to me. She said yes. She said she was comfortable speaking with me about it. I must say that some time had lapsed from the incident in December to obviously January 19th. She was very clearly upset even after that amount of time had lapsed. This to me showed that obviously we're dealing with something very important. I went through my very brief understanding without giving her any details, just essentially expressing why I was there, that I had received a complaint. And I asked her in her own words to go through what exactly had happened. She articulated that he did say those words and did gesture to his growing, making that movement. I then took this information and ran it up my chain of command, obviously by the nature of this this incident. It was obviously severe and egregious to her. She was clearly upset. I want to quote something too in the email that I received from Sergeant Sanchez. At the very end, he said, "Jared ignores me and continues talking to Leslie. Jared stated he has keys, so it wouldn't matter if she locked the door. He quote, he has keys to the installation," he spoke. So here we have an individual that said those things to this young woman who now feels that she can't lock the door behind her establishment. To me, that's a bit upsetting. I also have other evidence that I can't state here about dishonesty and through my supervision of him that didn't find in his file. So. Thank you.
All right, good evening. My name is Andrea Rennie, Public Works Director, Mayor Williamson, council members. So I would just like to say that I did listen to the interviews. I listened, I just did not read the transcript. I listened to the interviews. I listened to them twice. So I want you to picture, and this is what I was trying to do as well. So I want you to picture that you're a young lady, you're working at a Subway shop, and in walks in somebody who is clearly a city employee, is wearing a city uniform representing the city at DLI, the City of Monterey, where we have a contract with them. So he goes into the back door in disregard to what she said. She asked him not to come into the back door. He gets upset. She gets a little upset. And then he says, "Suck it," and makes a gesture. And I'm not going to make the gesture here. That to me is especially egregious, and it's embarrassing. It's humiliating. And when I heard the interview and he mentioned something about wrestling, if you Google it, you'll see that the words "suck it" come with a gesture. And that's what the two witnesses said, that it came with a gesture. Now, I am a female. If a male approaches me and makes that gesture and says those words, I'm not going to think of wrestling. I am going to be horrified. I mean, that is shocking. It is shocking to me. And it is shocking to me that this person is representing the city, wearing a city uniform, and does this in public. You could hear the humiliation. You could hear that she said he went in there and like Ms. Hurtado said, that there was leering and other things that made her uncomfortable. So I would like to see remorse. I think we all make mistakes. But the fact that he said in his own words that I can't believe she would be offended because she's a girl that looks like she just got out of jail. She has a neck tattoo. Well, we shouldn't judge anybody by what they look like. We just should not. And we should not treat any human being this way because nobody deserves it. Doesn't matter if they have neck tattoos. It just, nobody should be treated this way. And I want to end with a quote it says, the culture of any organization is shaped by the worst behavior the leaders are willing to tolerate. Thank you.
So what is at the core tonight? At the core tonight is the following. A male pointed to his penis and said, Hazel can suck it. That's at the core tonight. Is that acceptable for the city? Yes or no? When we hear about egregious behavior, or we want to academically define what is especially egregious, and you listen to Mr. Porter saying, racial slurs are worse than sexual harassment statements. Is this what you want to decide tonight, that racial slurs are worse than somebody pointing to his penis and saying, Hazel can suck it? That's at the core here tonight. Who's Mr. Balthrop? Mr. Balthrop is a liar. He lied to you tonight when he stated that he couldn't remember collect what he was saying. He recollected immediately, 5 minutes into the investigative interview, that something was going on at the subway, and we were interviewing him about the subway incident. It's in the record. Mr. Porter tried to spin the story that there were investigative tactics used to some sort of figure out something. Only after the investigator confronted Mr. Balthrop with the statement of two witnesses who can confirm that he said, Hazel can suck it, and pointing to his groin. And then he suggested a break. Basically, hey, dude, think about it, what you're saying now. They took a break, and then he became more honest. Then he said, yes, I said that. Then he recollected that. These are the facts. They're not undisputed. Mr. Porter says his lies are speculations. Interesting spin on truth, isn't it? And that from an officer of the court saying that lies are speculations. And then when he came clean, then he talked about the truth, and you should deny his speculating. So I'm glad the council identified the middle school playground thing. At the end of the day, this is not the organization I want to lead. This is not the organization you want to oversee with someone continuing on staff like that. You can expect in today's behavior, after we are in the middle maybe still of the Me Too movement, that we recognized women and their rights of integrity. It's not something we can just say, it happened. And don't buy for a second that the female employees in our city would support what Mr. Heron has just said, that this would have a negative impact on the morale. The opposite will be true.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. Thank you, everybody, for the testimonies. We'll continue the deliberation for the councils in closed session. With that, we're going to move on to council comments.
I don't have any other comments. I'll just contemplate, hear what other council members have to say, and review the findings of the investigation, the statements and testimony we heard today, and make a considered evaluation and judgment on whether or not this can be sustained.
Okay. Any other council comments?
Regarding this or just in general?
No, not regarding this. Actually, I want to be careful not to discuss this, that previous item anymore. We moved on to just council comments.
Council
Council
I
comments.
just have one council comment. So, as you know, I represent the city on Community Human Services. It meets on the third Thursday at 11. And I have a conflict with my teaching schedule, so I'm not going to be able to attend this month. So I'm not actually sure if it's Gino or Kim or someone else who's my alternate, but if they can attend, that would really be helpful.
Okay, and maybe we can have you connect with Clementine afterwards, and we can verify that so we can make sure that they get notified in a timely manner. Thanks, Alan. Dr. Barber, did you have anything?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for city manager reports.
Thank you. No comments.
Okay. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session. Thank you, everybody.
appointment. Oh, you didn't schedule time to just hang out?
Recording in progress.
That's good.
Okay, and it is 11:41 PM and council just completed its closed session on item number 10, public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. And on a roll call vote of 4-0 with Councilmember Garcia absent, City Council affirmed the city manager's decision to terminate the employment of electrician Jared Belthrop. And the votes in the affirmative were Councilmember Barber, Councilmember Hoffa, Councilmember Smith, and Mayor Williamson. That is the report out. Thank you all. And meeting adjourned, Mayor? Meeting adjourned. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.